obsessively, relentlessly at your service. To me, it means being there 24/7, rain or shine, during storms, after storms.
Being a first responder to the community, to my customers.
Being there to get the customers back on and to see the smiles on their face.
To provide the kind of reliability that we can hold our heads high about.
And we want to keep our customers safe. Safety's first around here.
And that's rewarding.
What's better than having fast, reliable internet and Wi-Fi? How about having internet that's even faster than you pay for? According to the FCC, Mediacom download speeds are an average of 122% faster than advertised. 122%. So you get all the speed you need and then some, plus 99.99% network reliability and Wi-Fi that connects and protects your whole home. Not all internet is created equal. Mediacom gives you more.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Does anyone really remember who comes in second? No, they don't. That's why you've got to put it all out there and be relentless. Because to be the best, you have to elevate your game. Hy-Vee took breakfast to a whole new level with new items made fresh to order. So when it comes to the best breakfast around, they know fresh. And here's a simple takeaway. If you think you can find any better, then you don't know Hy-Vee and you don't know Jack.
Join the Missouri Valley Conference in Des Moines, Iowa for the 2022 Outdoor Track and Field Championship. Watch as the Valley's top athletes look to secure their spot in the postseason. Catch all the action May 13th through 15th at Drake Stadium, presented by Extreme, powered by Mediacom. For tickets and more information, call 515-271-3647 or visit GoDrakeBulldogs.com. Since 1907, the Valley runs deep.
The world changed in an instant, but at Mediacom, we were ready. And as internet traffic increased, we never slowed down. Schools and businesses went virtual, and we powered a new reality. For more than 20 years, we've been building a future-ready network to keep you ahead of it all. And now, Mediacom will be among the first to take you to 10G. We're making the next giant leap forward in internet technology and taking you further than you can imagine.
At Mid-American Energy, it's our job to keep you safe. So before you dig, plant, or build, call 811 at least 2 business days ahead of time to locate utility lines. Keep your project drama-free. Call before you dig.
Once again, our lane assignments in Section 1. Mason City will run in 4. Marshalltown in 5. Des Moines North in 6. The first of 3 sections. Girls Sprint Medley. Mason City scheduled to open up with Monarch Boydston on the lead leg for Marshalltown. Bundy Jewett for Des Moines North. The first 2 legs, 100 meters each, and they go to 200 and anchor with the quarter mile. Des Moines North. Des Moines North in 6, Marshalltown in 5, Mason City in 4. Mason City first with the exchange. They'll run Williams on the 200. Brown running for North. Williams will run the 200 for Marshalltown. Mason City and Des Moines North. Marshalltown. Tobin will run the anchor leg for Mason City. North with Larisha Bundy Jewett. Gallegos will anchor for Marshalltown. Mason City first with the exchange. These quarter milers are in their lanes till they get to the top of the backstretch. Once they pass through the small orange cones, they can cut down to the rail. And Mason City, the first to do so. Mason City and North. Marshalltown. Mason City out in front. A good battle for second between North and Marshalltown with 200 to go. And Marshalltown moves into that second spot. And here's your leader off the turn, Mason City, with Megan Tobin on the anchor leg. And it is Mason City, 155.58 to win that first section. So that becomes our initial time to beat. Lane assignments for Section 2. Des Moines Hoover will be in 3, Urbandale in 4. State qualifier from a year ago, Valley of West Des Moines in 5. State qualifier Ankeny Centennial in 6. Des Moines Lincoln in 7, and Fort Dodge scheduled to be in lane 8. Section 2 of 3 in the sprint medley, 155.58, the winning time out of Section 1. And a clean start here in Section 2. Ankeny Centennial in lane 6, opening up with Belzer. And they'll run Kylan Smith on the second leg. On the outside, that's Fort Dodge with Haley Wills. And Valley. Got a good carry from Mavinga. They'll run Buchholz on the 200. Urbandale with Nepper. Fort Dodge. And Lincoln. Centennial. Centennial with Basusta. And Centennial will anchor Ellie Street. And Centennial. And Valley. Valley with McKenna Paul. Once again, they're in their lanes till they get to the cones on the backstretch. Urbandale running Lekkus on their anchor leg. And here comes the field off the turn, and we're going to have a good race to the finish. Urbandale with Alina Lekkus on their anchor leg. It's Urbandale and Centennial and Valley and Urbandale in section 2. 1:58.12, the time for Urbandale. So Mason City still holds on to the lead at 1:55.58. Lane assignments for the third and final section. In lane 1, they were 5th at last year's state meet, Dowling Catholic. In lane 2, a qualifier a year ago, Des Moines Roosevelt. In 3, it's Ankeny. Southeast Polk was 7th a year ago, and they're in lane 4. Ames was 3rd last year. They're in 5. They have the 3rd fastest time in the state coming into the weekend at 1:49.49. Waukee Northwest will be in 6. Johnston, 8th a year ago at the state meet, will be in 7. And Waukee, a state qualifier last year, will run in 8. Third and final section of the girls' sprint medley, 1:55.58, the time to beat. And a clean start, 1:55.58 by Mason City is our time to beat. On this second leg, Ames running well in lane 5. Ames was 3rd a year ago. They've been under 150 this year. Number 3 in the state at 1:49.49. Little Cyclones are running Gaetti on the 200. They're going to anchor Chan. That's Waukee on the outside with Kalia Perry. They'll be anchoring Carter. Waukee Northwest with Kleppy, and they'll be anchoring Lalone. And we're going to that 400 leg. Ankeny got a good carry from Ava Falk, state meet veteran on the 200. Allie Mackey, a freshman, anchoring for Ankeny. And these quarter milers move to the backstretch, and it's Ankeny out in front. Ames second to cut down to the rail. Johnston with Hodges. Waukee running Carter. 200 to go, and Ankeny out in front. Freshman Allie Mackey running their anchor leg. Waukee with Angelina Carter. And Ankeny off the turn, 155.58 is the time to beat. The Drake Relays Blue Standard, 151.50. They're going to be shy of that, but it appears Ankeny's going to run fast enough to win here this morning. And they do, 153.30 for Ankeny. And we'll move now to the boys' sprint medley. Same as the girls, 100, 100, 200, 400. Running in 3 sections. In section 1, we have Des Moines Lincoln in 4. State qualifier from a year ago, Marshalltown in 5, and Des Moines East in 6. 100, 100, 200, and 400. Boys sprint medley relay. And a clean start here in the first section. Once again, Lincoln in 4, opening up with Jenkins. Marshalltown in 5 with Caparia. Farley leading off for Des Moines East. And it is Marshalltown out in front. Lee on this second leg. Marshalltown first at the exchange. They're going to run Treshawn Brooks on the 200. Des Moines Lincoln with Ben Tujala. It is Marshalltown and Lincoln. Des Moines East with Taylor. Marshalltown and Lincoln and Des Moines East, the first of 3 sections here in the boys sprint medley. Lincoln first at the exchange. Freshman Demarius Parker on the anchor. Marshalltown with Kopsa. And Hilson on the anchor for Des Moines East. Marshalltown and Lincoln. And Lincoln first to get that spot on the rail. Lincoln with Demarius Parker. Marshalltown with Copsa. Hilson on the anchor leg for Des Moines East. And Des Moines Lincoln getting a good leg from the freshman, Demarius Parker. Marshalltown running second. And Lincoln will put up our initial time to beat as they win that first section. And it is Lincoln in 140.89. 140.89 for Des Moines Lincoln. Let's move now to section 2. Des Moines Roosevelt in 2, Des Moines North in 3, Ames in 4, Waukee, they were 6th a year ago at the state meet, they'll be in 5. Hoover, qualifier last year in 6. Lane 7 should be vacant, and Fort Dodge, 7th a year ago, will run in lane 8. Section 2, boys sprint medley. And this is section 2, 140.89. The winning time out of the first section by Des Moines Lincoln. In lane 5, it's Waukee. They were 6th a year ago. Waukee running struck on this leg. Hoover, a qualifier last year, running Fode. That's Fort Dodge on the outside. They were 7th last year. Struggling with that exchange. Roosevelt. They ran Armstrong on the second leg. They're running James on the 200 and Roosevelt. The Rough Riders are running well. Roosevelt and Waukee. Waukee running Klein. They'll anchor Hinkle. Roosevelt with the exchange. Roosevelt and Waukee. This 400 leg to the cones. The leaders are cutting down to the rail, and Roosevelt the first to do so. Roosevelt out in front, Waukee running second. Des Moines North. They're getting a good anchor leg, and they've moved into third. Roosevelt, Waukee, and North running 1, 2, and 3 here on the front stretch. And it is Roosevelt in section 2. 141.44. So the 140.89 by Des Moines Lincoln in the first section still holds up as our time to beat. And let's move now to the third and final section. Our state leading time coming into the weekend is held by Lamar's at 1:35.83. Ankeny will run in 1. Ottumwa, state qualifier last year in 2. Mason City in 3. Urbandale. They were 5th at last year's state meet. They come into the weekend ranked number 9. They'll be in 5, or 4 rather. In 5, it's Valley. They were 4th a year ago at number 4 on the state list. In lane 6, it's Johnston. They were a qualifier to last year's state meet, currently number 8 in the state. 7 is Ankeny Centennial and Waukee Northwest in lane 8. Third and final section, 1:40.89 the time to beat. Following this final section of the medley, we'll be going to the girls 3,000. One section, girls 3,000. And the third and final section, 1:40.89 by Des Moines Lincoln is the time to beat. Waukee Northwest and Ankeny Centennial. Johnston in lane 6. Urbandale and Valley both placed in the top 5 at last year's state meet. Centennial, Langford on that second leg after opening up with Porter, and they're running bunts on the 200. Johnston with care. They'll be anchoring Jack Wang. It's Centennial and Johnston. Waukee Northwest. That's Johnston in 6, first at the exchange. Ankeny got a good carry from Sickerson. They'll have Jake Bosch on the 400. Waukee and Ankeny. Centennial. Mason City is on the move with Jalen Winter. Winter was on that outstanding 4x4 that Mason City has run 3:24 this year. That's Waukee out in front. Ankeny and Mason City running second and third. Ankeny with Jake Bosch. Johnston with Wang. And Ankeny moves to the lead. It's Ankeny and Johnston. Mason City. Urbandale getting a good close from Frederickson. And it is Ankeny. 136.96 for Ankeny. So Ankeny is your Jim Duncan Invitational champion in the boys sprint medley relay. Next up will be the 3,000. And that field of 21. Getting some instruction on the back stretch. We'll follow the girls 3,000 with 2 sections of the boys 3,200. The 13th annual Grand Blue Mile, presented by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield, returns to downtown Des Moines. There's a race for everyone, so grab your friends and family and register today at grandbluemile.com. Your race, your pace, your mile. And this is the girls 3,000 with a field of 19. And Callie Trigstad of Valley is on the rail here early. Mandy Overton also up there near the front. Once again, a field of 19 in the girls 3,000. Seeley of Urbandale, Trigstad of Valley, Hapgood of Waukee Northwest, Baumgart of Waukee, Lauren Risdahl, a freshman from Ames, has moved up on the outside of that lead group into the top 4. Liv Hall of Dowling is in the field. She was 29th in the state cross-country meet this fall. Ivy Glendenning of Southeast Polk also in this field of 19. She was a state qualifier in this event a year ago. And this lead pack on the backstretch was Seeley of Urbandale, Trigstad of Valley, Hall of Dowling Catholic has moved into 3rd, Risdahl of Ames in 4th, Bailey Vaughn of Johnston running 5th. We've hit the 3-minute mark. The leaders headed past the video board. Vaughn, Risdahl, and Hall take the field to the backstretch. Then it's Trigstad and Seeley and Baumgart. Bailey Vaughn of Johnston. Lauren Risdahl of Ames. Liv Hall of Dowling Catholic. And here come your leaders into the front stretch. Vaughn, Risdahl, and Hall. They've put some separation now on the rest of the field. Four laps to go. Vaughn, Risdahl, and Hall. Baumgart of Waukee, all alone there in fourth. Trigstad of Valley is leading a chase group of 6. Bailey Vaughn of Johnston is our leader. As the top 3 now move down the backstretch. And your leaders at the 6-minute mark, headed past the scoreboard. No changes. Vaughn, Risdall, and Hall running 1, 2, and 3. Three laps to go. The leaders were at 6:32 and change at 1800. That last lap was 89.7, and Risdall now moves to the lead. Lauren Risdall of Ames opening up a lead now in this 3,000 meters. Once again, we're running one section for the girls, followed by 2 sections of the 3,200 for the boys. And here's your leader, the freshman from Ames. She was 28th at the state cross-country meet this fall. And Hall, who was 29th in Fort Dodge, has moved into second. Bailey Vaughn, the early leader, now running third. .800 meters to go. 7:58 flat. With 2 laps remaining, Risdall opened it up on that last lap, running 85 opposed to 89 on the lap prior. Risdall and Hall and Vaughn, 1, 2, and 3. Baumgart of Waukee still running fourth, and it's Morehauser of Ankeny Centennial, Wharton of Johnston, Stewart of Ames, Beeson of Ankeny. And your leader, the orange over black of the Little Cyclones, Lauren Risdall at the scoreboard. We're approaching the 9-minute mark in the girls' 3,000 meters. And the bell lap and Lauren Risdall of Ames, followed by Liv Hall of Dowling, Bailey Vaughn of Johnston. .200 meters to go for your leader, Lauren Risdall of Ames. here comes your leader on the front stretch, Lauren Risdahl. Risdahl of Ames and Hall of Dowling. They were 28-29 in the state cross-country meet. They go 1-2 here in the 3,000 at the Jim Duncan Invitational. 10:48.84 the time for Risdahl. That's a lifetime best for the freshman. 10:48.84. And lifetime best for Hall as well, 10:49.41. Hall had the fastest close, turning that last 400 in 79. And now coming out on the track, the first of two sections in the boys 3,200. Once again on the start line right now, the first of two sections in the 3,200. And this first of two sections, we have Joel Bloomer of Waukee Northwest. He's taking it out early here. Niederkloffer of Des Moines East in the field, Smith of Urbandale, Collier of Waukee, Mesa Canny of Ottumwa, Farrell of Ankeny, Carney of Mason City, Lust of Ankeny Centennial, Martin of Roosevelt, Torres of Lincoln, Godina Torres of Lincoln, and Rachi of Ankeny. And out early, Joel Bloomer of Waukee Northwest and Blake Smith of Urbandale. Zach Niederkloffer of Des Moines East. Torres of Des Moines Lincoln running fourth. Lust of Centennial in fifth. Your leaders are past the high jump mat, making their way to the backstretch. Bloomer of Northwest and Smith of Urbandale. That's Bloomer, a sophomore from Northwest, and Smith, a freshman from Urbandale, went right out and opened up a lead on the rest of the field early. They're going past the scoreboard. We're approaching the 2-minute mark. First of two sections in the 3200. The 4x8s will be up next. Six laps to go. The leaders move to the backstretch. They were at 2:20 at that opening 800. 76.1 on that last lap. Bloomer of Waukee, Smith of Urbandale. And our leaders are heading to the backstretch once again with 5 to go. .342 at 1,200 meters. Bloomer and Smith. And it's Coyer, a freshman from Waukee, running third, and Lust of Ankeny Centennial in fourth. Asa Canny of Ottumwa now has moved up into fifth. Here's your leader, Joel Bloomer, Waukee Northwest. Blake Smith of Urbandale running second. And we've got 1,600 in and 1,600 to go. 5:01.9 with 4 laps remaining. 5:01.97 for Bloomer. Coyer of Waukee running well. He's in third, about to move into second as they head to the backstretch. Joel Bloomer, Waukee Northwest. He's been up front from the gun in this first section. Daciel Coyer of Waukee running well in second. Blake Smith of Urbandale still in that third spot. And it's Lust and Canny. And here's your leader, Joel Bloomer, Waukee Northwest. Three laps to go. .622 and change at 2K. 1,200 meters left. Coyer out in front now as they move down the backstretch. Bloomer running second. Dashiell Coyer, a freshman from Waukee. And Coyer now with 800 meters to go. 7:40. With 2 laps remaining. That last lap for Coyer was 77. After running a 75 and 76. It's Coyer out in front, Bloomer running second.
Push it, Asa, push it! 800, let's go!
And your leader has passed the scoreboard. And Coyer here now on the front stretch. He'll be coming to the bell. $400 to go. 8:58.6 with a lap remaining. Dashiell Coyer of Waukee, his last lap 77.8. Bloomer running second. Smith holding on to third. Then it's Farrell of Ankeny.
Let's go, Asa! Get him, buddy!
$200 left for your leader, Dashiell Coyer of Waukee. And here he is on the front stretch, the freshman from Waukee, leading this first section of the 3,200. Dashiell Coyer, followed by Joel Bloomer of Waukee Northwest. And Coyer with a big lifetime best, 10:15.97. Bloomer, 10:22.74. Fine times for a freshman and sophomore. Blake Smith, a freshman from Urbandale. Those not competing, keep an eye on the track. We still have competitors in the 3,200 out on the blue oval. Section 2 will be up next in this boys 3,200. Then we'll follow that with the 4x8s. We'll run one section of the girls 4x8, 2 sections for the boys. And section 2 is underway, and an outstanding fielder in this second section. Will Ryan of Dowling, he was third at last year's state meet. The reigning 4A champion and Dowling teammate Jackson Heidish is in the field. Heidish was the state cross-country champion as well. Jake Wagner of Johnston, Carson Owens of Southeast Polk, a state qualifier from a year ago, and 14th at the state cross-country meet. Jackson Bergman of Valley, a state qualifier last year. Scheduled for a field of 15, section 2 of the 3200. Connor Smith of Marshalltown is our early leader. Smith of Marshalltown, Will Ryan of Dowling. And Will Ryan now moves to the lead at the 400-meter mark. 68.8 through that opening quarter. Ryan and Smith, Williams of Ames, Heidish, the reigning state champion from Dowling, Eckhoff of Johnston, Will Ryan. He's run 9:29.11. Will Ryan of Dowling. Dowling running 1 and 2 right now with Ryan and Heidish. They were 2:20 at 800 meters. Carson Owens of Southeast Polk in third. And we've got a lead line of 7. Will Ryan of Dowling out on the point. His teammate Jackson Heidish running second. Won 3 at last year's state meet with Heidish the winner. Ryan finished third. Owens of Southeast Polk is in that third spot. He was 14th in the 4A cross-country championship, so we have 5 to go. 3:31 at 1200, 71 on that last lap. State leading time coming into the weekend, 9:22.43. Drake Relay's blue standard is 9:34.50. Ryan ran 9:29.11 at the Dallas Center Grimes meet a couple of weeks ago. Now Heidish has moved to the lead. He's just off that blue standard, having run 9:34.93. But he'll be a player here on the blue oval in a couple of weeks for sure. Jackson Heidish, Carson Owens, Will Ryan, Jackson Bergman of Valley. A lead group of 4 now as they move down the backstretch. Eckhoff of Johnston running 5th. Wagner of Johnston in 6th. But out in front, it's Heidish and Owens, Ryan and Bergman. Heidish took him through 1,600 in 4:40, 69 flat on lap number 4. Bergman of Valley moving up a bit in this lead group. Your leader is Jackson Heidish, Dowling Catholic. He was the 4A champion a year ago. 3 laps to go. 5:49.5 at 2K, 79 flat on that last lap. Heidish and Ryan, Bergman, Owens, and Wagner. Jackson Heidish of Dowling Catholic with 800 to go. Ryan running 2nd. Then it's Bergman and Owens. Another 69 from Heidish. 6:59 with 800 to go. Our state leading time, 9:22.43 by Will Lohr of Sioux City North. $600 to go for Heidish. 600 to go for Ryan. Here's your leader on the front stretch. He'll be coming to the bell, Jackson Heidish, the junior from Dowling. $66.3 on that last lap, 8:05 with a lap to go, Jackson Heidish. Jackson Heidish of Dowling. $200 to go. He's the reigning state champion. He's making a statement here today at the Jim Duncan Invitational. Jackson Heidish of Dowling Catholic off the turn. An outstanding effort for the Dowling junior. Jackson Heidish. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your new state leader and one of the best ever by an Iowa prep. $9:05.80. That time for Jackson Heidish. That is the 8th fastest 3,200 ever run by an Iowa high schooler. Jackson Heidish of Dowling Catholic. 9:05.80. 9:22.17 for Ryan. So we've got the state leader from Heidish, and Ryan caps it off with the 2nd fastest time in the state. 9:05.80, 9:22.17. Carson Owens gets the blue standard at 9:32.02. What a great race in that 3200. Heidi's closed in 60 flat. 2:07 for his last 800. Jackson Heidish 9:05.80. One section here in the girls 4x8 with Ankeny, Waukee Northwest, Dowling, Valley, Southeast Polk. Southeast Polk, the reigning 4A champion. Waukee, they were the runner-up in 4A a year ago. Johnston was 5th in 4A. Roosevelt was 6th. Ames is in the field. They were a qualifier last year. Ankeny Centennial was 3rd at last year's state meet. Marshalltown, state qualifier Urbandale and Mason City. Overall leading time is 9:20.32. Drake Relays blue standard 9:40 flat. Ankeny has run 9:43.18 this year. Waukee Northwest 9:43.61. 7 teams in the field in the state's overall top 12. And Valley leading on this opening leg. Addie Dornkamp, the state cross-country champion. Dowling moving into second with Anliker. It is Valley. They'll run Maya Dubrava. She's a state meet veteran. For Valley, she'll be on the second leg. Ankeny and Dowling. Ames opened up with freshman Marley Turk, the running Ellie Lynch on the second leg. Marshalltown, they were state qualifiers last year. They opened up with Blevins, the running Smith on the second leg. Your leaders are going past the scoreboard. And Valley is out in front. They've run 9:46.52 this year, good for number 7 in the state. Valley and Dowling. And Ames. Southeast Polk with Bennett. One section in the girls 4x8, followed by 2 for the boys. And this race heating up on the backstretch. Ames getting an outstanding carry from Ellie Lynch. Little Cyclones moving into second on the backstretch. Dowling regaining that spot with Gaskell. Roosevelt running Adrian Bettner Cable on this leg. They were 6th a year ago. She was on that quartet. She's moving them up into 3rd, ready to challenge for 2nd. Here they come off the turn. Valley with Dubrava. They're scheduled to run Cooker on the next leg. Roosevelt with an outstanding kick on leg there from Bettner Cable. Gentry running the 3rd leg for Roosevelt. Roosevelt out in front, Valley on the move. Roosevelt and Valley at the scoreboard. Dowling running 3rd, Centennial in 4th. Roosevelt and Valley, Dowling and Centennial, Southeast Polk. And Roosevelt holding on to that lead with Alina Gentry. Roosevelt be anchoring Abby Hahn. Hahn's having an outstanding season. One of the state's leaders in both the 3,000 and the 1,500. And Roosevelt, your leader off the turn. Dowling into 2nd. Frericks giving Dowling a good carry. They'll be anchoring freshman Zediker. Roosevelt, Abby Hahn will anchor. Dowling with Zediker. Southeast Polk with Jenna Francois. Ames with another outstanding freshman, Claire Helmers. Centennial has made the exchange. Scheduled to run the freshman Bella Hodges. Valley is anchoring Cameron Inslee, the state cross-country runner-up. Here's your leader, Des Moines Roosevelt, with Abby Hahn on their anchor leg. .823 with a lap to go. Roosevelt and Dowling and Valley. Ames and Southeast Polk and Johnston. Your leaders on the backstretch. Des Moines Roosevelt with Abby Hahn on the anchor leg. And Des Moines Roosevelt, followed by Dowling. Des Moines Roosevelt here on the front stretch. They've run 9:52. They're going to better that by a large margin. And Des Moines Roosevelt. 9:39.63. They're your Jim Duncan Invitational champion. They achieved the Drake Relays Blue Standard. Dowling Catholic, the runner-up at 9:46.37. Waukee third, 9:49.63. So Des Moines Roosevelt, 9:39.63. First section here of the boys 4x8. And Des Moines Lincoln out early with Comiskey. Lincoln and Valley. And Roosevelt. And that's Roosevelt out in front. Opening up with freshman Owen Merritt. Valley with freshman Jonathan Owen. First of two sections here in the boys 4x8. Roosevelt will be first at the exchange. And they'll run Logan Weston on the second leg. And Weston with the stick. Followed by Valley. They'll run McClinton second. Fort Dodge has Sean Roberts on their second leg. And it's Roosevelt, Valley, and Fort Dodge running 1, 2, and 3. And Roosevelt getting ready to go to the third leg here on this 4x8. They're going to run Ben McFedrich on the third leg. Valley with the exchange. They'll run Aiden Lemback. Fort Dodge got a good carry from Roberts. They'll run Ty Adams third. Roosevelt and Valley and Fort Dodge, Des Moines Lincoln and Ottumwa, Marshalltown and Des Moines East. This is the first section. We're on the third leg here in the 4x8. Following the second section, we'll be going to the shuttle hurdle relay. Boys followed by the girls. Roosevelt and Valley on the backstretch. Running 1 and 2, Fort Dodge in third. And here's your leader. The Rough Riders of Roosevelt. We're getting ready to go to the anchor leg on this first section of the 4x8. And Roosevelt first to make the pass. They'll run Henry Nagel on the anchor leg. Valley with the exchange. They'll counter with Cody Swenson. Fort Dodge. They'll have Caton Fraser on their anchor leg. Followed by a Tom 1, Lincoln, Marshalltown, and East. Roosevelt out in front. One lap to go. Valley moving to the lead. Valley and Roosevelt. Fort Dodge in third. Valley and Roosevelt on the backstretch here on the final lap of this first section. 200 to go. Valley and Roosevelt here on the front stretch. Valley with Swenson, Roosevelt with Nagel. That's how they'll finish. Valley followed by Roosevelt. Fort Dodge is running third. And Valley's winning time 9:39.44, or 8:39.44 rather, 8:40.08 for Roosevelt. Here's a good battle between Lincoln and Marshalltown. Lincoln and Marshalltown battling for fourth. And track fans, you can stop by the Bulldog Shop for all your race day needs. The Bulldog Shop is located on the West Concourse till 2 o'clock today and inside the Olmsted Center until 3. And this is section 2 with Dowling, Johnston, Waukee Northwest, Mason City, Urbandale, Southeast Polk, Ankeny, and Waukee. Dowling was 5th in last year's state meet. They've run 7:55.16 this year. You're opening up with Shaw here this morning. Johnston, Mason City, Urbandale, Southeast Polk, Ankeny, and Waukee were all state qualifiers from a year ago. Dowling Catholic was Shaw. Dowling Catholic, Waukee, and Johnston. Johnston into second, Waukee running third. And it's Urbandale. Mason City is in fourth, Urbandale running fifth. Then it's Northwest and Ankeny. Dowling is out in front with Shaw. Scheduled to run Tyler Schweitzer on the second leg. He was 10th in the state cross-country meet. And Dowling out in front, Tyler Schweitzer running this second leg. Urbandale and Johnston running second and third. The first section was won by Valley. They ran 8:39.44. And Schweitzer and Dowling move to the backstretch. Urbandale running second with Donahoe. And Johnston running Noah Reese on their second leg. And here's your leader. This is Dowling Catholic, Northwest and Johnston. Dowling with the exchange. Scheduled to run freshman Jack Flory on this leg. Flory was 27th in the state cross-country meet. Johnston running Pickin. Janulovic on the third leg for Waukee Northwest. Urbandale with Ethan Smith. Dowling out in front as they go past the scoreboard. Second and final section here in the 4x8. Shuttle hurdle relays will follow. Dowling and Urbandale. Johnston and Northwest. Urbandale getting good carry from Ethan Smith. They'll be anchoring Leggett. Urbandale to the lead. Urbandale. Dowling. Dowling will have Flynn Milligan on their anchor leg. Urbandale and Johnston. Johnston will have Alex Ware on their anchor. Dowling made the exchange. Milligan has the baton. Northwest with the change. They're anchoring Peterson. Milligan of Dowling, he was 24th state meet in cross country for that outstanding Dowling Catholic team. That's Urbandale out in front. Urbandale and Johnston, Northwest and Dowling. Mason City. Here's the battle up front. Urbandale with the lead. Scheduled to have Cole Leggett on their anchor. And Johnston with Weir. Northwest and Dowling. Johnston and Urbandale. The Drake Relays Blue standard is 8:06. Johnston has been under that. 8:05.41. Urbandale has run 8:14 and change. Your leaders will go past the scoreboard. Dowling now has moved back into third with Milligan. Here's your race off the final turn. Johnston and Urbandale. Urbandale. Urbandale with Cole Leggett. Followed by Johnston. 8:16.10. That time for Urbandale. 8:16.10.
Obsessively, relentlessly at your service. To me, it means being there 24/7, rain or shine, during storms, after storms.
Being a first responder to the community, to my customers.
Being there to get the customers back on and to see the smiles on their face.
To provide the kind of reliability that we can hold our heads high about.
And we want to keep our customers safe. Safety's first around here.
And that's rewarding.
The world changed in an instant, but at Mediacom, we were ready. And as internet traffic increased, we never slowed down. Schools and businesses went virtual, and we powered a new reality. For more than 20 years, we've been building a future-ready network to keep you ahead of it all. And now, Mediacom will be among the first to take you to 10G. We're making the next giant leap forward in internet technology and taking you further than you can imagine.
got a recall here in section 1. No false start charge. Lincoln in 1 and 2, North in 3 and 4, Hoover in 5 and 6. And this first section underway. Des Moines Lincoln in 1 and 2. North in 3 and 4. Hoover in 5 and 6. And Des Moines Lincoln at the exchange. It is Lincoln. Lincoln and Hoover and North. It's the first of 4 sections. And it is Lincoln. Lincoln with Tiger Fong on this leg. North making up some ground with Kanade. Larkins running for Hoover. Des Moines Lincoln with Alex Bacom. And it is Des Moines Lincoln in that first section. $1:16.73. That is our initial time to beat. Move to section 2. Marshalltown in 1 and 2, Fort Dodge in 3 and 4, Roosevelt in 5 and 6, East in 7 and 8. Once again, it's Marshalltown in 1 and 2, Fort Dodge in 3 and 4, Roosevelt in 5 and 6, and East runs in 7 and 8. Section number 2 of 4, the boys shuttle hurdle relay. And a clean start here in Section 2. Fort Dodge with Carver. Fort Dodge opening up with Carver. Seaburg on the lead leg for Marshalltown. Then it's Roosevelt and East. Fort Dodge now running Harris on this leg. Marshalltown with Jor. Roosevelt with Hunter Norris. And East with Bueller. Marshalltown and Fort Dodge. Marshalltown at the exchange. Fort Dodge with Casper Bauer to the lead. Marshalltown. Roosevelt into third. Roosevelt getting a good leg here from Spellman. They'll be anchoring Evan Holt. Roosevelt right down in the mix. Fort Dodge with Meyer. Roosevelt with Holt. It's Fort Dodge and Roosevelt. Roosevelt to the lead. And Des Moines Roosevelt in Section 2. And there's your new leading time, 1:08.60. In Section 3, Southeast Polk in 3 and 4. Ankeny Centennial, fourth at last year's state meet in 5 and 6. And Waukee, a state qualifier from a year ago, was in 7 and 8. And the third of 4 sections underway. Southeast Polk opening up with Falloon. Centennial with Miller, and Waukee leads off with Martins. 1:08.60 by Roosevelt, our fastest time so far. Southeast Polk and Centennial together at the exchange. Southeast Polk with Emmanuel Gay. Centennial with Curvey. Centennial and Southeast Polk and Waukee. Centennial with freshman Cale Woods on this third leg. Southeast Polk with Molstray. Waukee with Joseph. And we go to the anchor and Southeast Polk out in front. Freshman Joey Louders. Southeast Polk. Centennial in 5 and 6. Southeast Polk in 3 and 4. Ankeny Centennial. Tyler Bruns on their anchor leg. There's your new leader at 1:05.78. In the final section, Waukee Northwest in 1 and 2. Mason City, a state qualifier last year in 3 and 4. 5 and 6 are vacant. State qualifier from a year ago, Johnston is in 7 and 8. 105.78, the time to beat. Once again, the fourth and final section. State leading time coming into the weekend, 1 minute point 65. The Drake Relays Blue Standard, 59.50. Mason City getting out well with Cale Hobart. Mason City, that's Waukee Northwest on the inside. Johnston in 7 and 8. Mason City with Johnson on this second leg. 105.78 by Centennial is our time to beat. Mason City, they'll run Willis third. Mason City out in front, and it's Johnston and Waukee Northwest. And Mason City, Will Fingelson on the anchor. Mason City, Johnston with Hill and Northwest with Fondell. And it is Mason City. And Mason City at 103.24, your Jim Dunk Invitational champions. That will change hurdle height and location and move to 4 sections of the girls' shuttle hurdle relay. First of four sections in the girls' shuttle hurdle relay. Des Moines Hoover in 1 and 2. Des Moines East in 5 and 6. East out in front early with Alexis Brown on their lead leg. They'll run Ziotti second. East and Hoover. As Jacques running for Hoover, Ziotti on this leg for East. East and Hoover. East running Ellie Wood. And Hoover on the inside with Du Wall. And it is Hoover. Huguaniai. It is Hoover and East. And it is Hoover in section 1. $120.42 for Hoover. $120.42. Now to section 2 of 4. Marshalltown in 1 and 2. Johnston in 3 and 4. 5 and 6 are vacant. Urbandale runs in 7 and 8. And Johnston. On the inside, it's Marshalltown with Huffman. Johnston leading off with Smithson. Drown on the lead leg for Urbandale. Johnston and Marshalltown. Avery Peterson scheduled to be on this leg for Johnston. Marshalltown on the inside with Borsch. Urbandale battling back with freshman Cameron Johnson. Johnston, Marshalltown, and Urbandale as we go to the third leg. Theobald on this leg for Johnston. That's Marshalltown on the inside with Kamer. Then Quathan running for Urbandale. Marshalltown to the lead. Johnston and Marshalltown. Urbandale. Tabakovic on their anchor leg. It's Urbandale. Urbandale in 8, Johnston in 4 with Smithson. Marshalltown in 2 with Kusaro, and it is Urbandale. There's your new leader, 115.92. Let's move to Section 3. Reigning 4A champions Waukee in 1 and 2. Ankeny, 7th in 4A a year ago, is in 3 and 4. Valley, a state qualifier from a year ago in 5 and 6. And state qualifier Ankeny Centennial is in 7 and 8. And a clean start here in Section 3. Ankeny opening up with Polk. That's Waukee on the inside with Morgan Gatch. Waukee now running Davy on the second leg. Valley with Havochurst. And Valley now with a slight lead. Valley running Schoon on this leg. That's Waukee on the inside. Running Divig. Centennial with Breeding. Valley is your leader. Valley and Waukee. Centennial. And Ankeny. West Des Moines Valley with Aru. Centennial with Smith. That's Waukee on the inside with Sabatino. It's going to be West Des Moines Valley. There's your new leader at 1:11:46. We move now to our final section. Qualifier from a year ago, Mason City is in 1 and 2. Dowling Catholic, a finalist last year. The state leader coming into the weekend at 105.55 is in 3 and 4. Waukee Northwest, number 2 at 106.78. They are in 5 and 6. Southeast Polk, a qualifier last year, is in 7 and 8. 1:11:46, the time to beat. And this is the final section. Waukee Northwest opening up with Cameron Weirs. They'll run Winter. On the second leg, Waukee Northwest, Southeast Polk. Waukee Northwest with Winter. Dowling Catholic with Lehman. Dowling Catholic with Ruby Lehman, a freshman. They'll run Reese Irvin on the third leg. Dowling with Irvin. They'll be anchoring Oquaramoy, third at last year's state meet. And Dowling, Northwest, Mason City, Southeast Polk, Oquaramoy, and Dowling. They've run 105.55 this year. 111.46 is the time to beat. It's Dowling Catholic out in front. Dowling Catholic, they do not improve on their state leading time, but they run fast enough to win today, 106.39 for Dowling Catholic. Now we get hurdles removed. We're moving to the 100-meter dash. We're running 4 sections for the girls and 4 for the boys.
Anyone really remember who comes in second? No, they don't. That's why you've got to put it all out there and be relentless. Because to be the best, you have to elevate your game. Hy-Vee took breakfast to a whole new level with new items made fresh to order. So when it comes to the best breakfast around, they know fresh.
And here's a simple takeaway. If you think you can find any better, then you don't know Hy-Vee and you don't know Jack.
Join the Missouri Valley Conference in Des Moines, Iowa for the 2022 Outdoor Track and Field Championship. Watch as the Valley's top athletes look to secure their spot in the postseason. Catch all the action May 13th through 15th at Drake Stadium, presented by Extreme, powered by Mediacom. For tickets and more information, call 515-271-3647 or visit GoDrakeBulldogs.com. Since 1907, the Valley runs deep.
And this is the first of 4 sections. Layla Hughes of Ankeny Centennial. Hughes and Hillhouse of Mason City. And Hughes 1368. Section 2. Doe of Des Moines North in 1, Bundy Jewett of Des Moines North in 2, Miner of Johnston in 3, Rue of Urbandale in 4, Thielen of Southeast Polk in 5, Ubor of Waukee in 6, C of Marshalltown in 7, and Jones of Mason City in 8. And this is section number 2. Rue of Urbandale in 4, Miner of Johnston in 3. Then in Rue of Urbandale, there's your new leader at 13-11. Section 3, Peters of Waukee in 1. Almagur Buster of Southeast Polk in 2, Clark of Valley in 3, Heitzman of Dowling in 4, Linen of Ankeny in 5, Tembo of Des Moines East in 6, Bibbs of Urbandale in 7, Belzer of Centennial in 8. Section 3, Girls 100. And this is section number 3. In lane 4, that's Emily Heitzman of Dowling. (13-16) for Heitzman, so Rue continues to lead with that 13-11. Let's go down to the 4th and final section with a time to beat 13-11. Alina Dunn of Fort Dodge in 1. Beata Grimes of Johnston in 2. Sailor Horace of Ames in 3. Running in lane 4, she was 3rd in this event at last year's state meet as a freshman. Also the runner-up in the 200 from Des Moines Hoover, this is Jessica Kine. In lane 5, a qualifier last year from Ankeny Lillian Smith. Kira Alice of Waukee Northwest in 6. Promise Zandy of Roosevelt in 7. And in lane 8, she just anchored their shuttle hurdle relay to a win, just as she did in last year's state meet. She was third in the 100 hurdle final at last year's state meet from Dowling Catholic, Isaba Aquaramoy. And a clean start here in the 4th and final section. Aquaramoy in lane 8. But out fast, that's Jessica Kine, the sophomore from Hoover. It is Kine and Grimes of Johnston. And Kine runs 12:35. 12:35 for Jessica Kine. That's a season's best. Drake Relays Blue Standard for the sophomore from Hoover. 12:35 for Kine. Grimes ran 12:73. Blue Standard was 12:60. Next up will be the boys 100, running 4 sections here as well. We'll follow these 4 sections with the distance medley relays. Girls followed by the boys. And a clean start in section 1. Out well. In 7, that's Marshall of Urbandale. But in 3, Farrington of Ottumwa. Farrington medaled in 2 events at last year's state meet for the Bulldogs. Farrington runs 11:41 to win that first section. Now to section 2. Lesmeyer of Fort Dodge, Gossett of Ankeny Centennial, Gopal of Mason City, Sisler of Southeast Polk, Kalai of Des Moines North, Engstrom of Waukee Northwest. And a clean start here in section 2. Sisler of Southeast Polk out of lane 6. And Sisler, 11:36. He's our fastest so far. 11:36. Let's go to section 3. Severson of Ankeny Centennial in 1. Secchi of Des Moines North in 2. Thompson of Dowling Catholic in 3. Erickson of Fort Dodge in 4. Cataldo of Dowling in 5. Fox of Johnston in 6. Hutch of Valley in 7. Swartz of Waukee Northwest in 8. And a clean start here in section 3. In lane 6, Tatum Fox of Johnston. And 11:54 the time for Fox. So 11:36 by Sisler is our leader going to the 4th and final section. Lamar Nelson of Roosevelt in 1. Grave of Ottumwa in 2. Anzavino of Waukee in 3. Ellsworth of Johnston in 4. Tyson Miller, outstanding 400 runner for Ankeny, will be in 5. Jack Belding of Ankeny in 6. Graham Fredrickson of Urbandale will run in 7. All boys long jumpers, we need you to report, please. Both flights, boys long jumpers, please report. And a clean start here in the 4th and final section. Out well in 4, Ellsworth of Johnston in lane 6. Belding of Ankeny on the inside. Lamar Nelson of Roosevelt. Jack Belding, 11:23 for Belding. There's your Jim Duncan Invitational champion for 2022. Russell Lamar Nelson of Roosevelt, the runner-up, 11:27.
The world changed in an instant, but at Mediacom, we were ready. And as internet traffic increased, we never slowed down. Schools and businesses went virtual, and we powered a new reality. For more than 20 years, we've been building a future-ready network to keep you ahead of it all. And now, Mediacom will be among the first to take you to 10G. We're making the next giant leap forward in internet technology and taking you further than you can imagine.
At Mid-American Energy, it's our job to keep you safe. So before you dig, plant, or build, call 811 at least 2 business days ahead of time to locate utility lines. Keep your project drama-free. Call before you dig.
And we're underway here in this first section of the girls' distance medley. 200 meters for each of the first 2 legs, followed by 400 and 800. Southeast Polk in 5 with Woods. Urbandale in 6, opening up with Nyans. Urbandale and Southeast Polk. Urbandale running Tigas. Mains on this leg for Southeast Polk. Southeast Polk and Urbandale. Des Moines Lincoln. Southeast Polk with the exchange. They'll run freshman Margaret Johnson on the 400. These quarter milers are in their lanes till they get to the top of the backstretch. Once they pass through the orange cones, they can cut down to the inside. Southeast Polk and Urbandale, each running freshmen. Southeast Polk with Johnson, Urbandale with Webster. And Southeast Polk and Urbandale. And they're going to be together. We go to the anchor. Southeast Polk with freshman Alyssa Bartlett. Urbandale with senior Lauren Peterson. Southeast Polk and Urbandale, Fort Dodge and Marshalltown. Southeast Polk, your leader here on this anchor leg. And Southeast Polk will have 400 to go. Southeast Polk and Urbandale, Fort Dodge and Marshalltown. And Southeast Polk with 200 to go. Southeast Polk. Marshalltown has moved into second. And Southeast Polk will be the victor here in this first of two sections of the girls' distance medley. And the winning time, 4:39.14. And Fort Dodge, followed by Marshalltown. Now let's go to section 2. 4:39.14 the time to beat. Ankeny Centennial will be in 1. They were a state meet qualifier a year ago. Dowling in 2. Waukee Northwest in 3. Valley, 8th at last year's state meet, is in 4. Ankeny, a qualifier a year ago, will be in 5. Ames, a qualifier last year as well, in 6. Waukee in 7. And Johnston in lane 8. And section number 2, the second 200-meter leg. That's Johnston on the outside. Running Godfredson on this leg. Ankeny with Stevens. And we're going to the quarter mile. It's Ankeny. Ankeny and Northwest. Northwest leading the field, Sadie Moss. State meet medal winner in the 4x8. And Moss passed the scoreboard. Northwest and Ankeny. Dowling. Dowling running Frerichs on this leg. Ankeny with Blass, but Northwest is out in front. Northwest scheduled to anchor Katie Rush, a freshman. And it's Ankeny and Dowling and Centennial. Johnston and Valley. That's Northwest with the lead. Past the high jump apron into the backstretch. That's Northwest at the scoreboard. Anchoring Katie Rush. Ankeny with Alex Gloviak. Waukee Northwest and Ankeny. Dowling Catholic and Johnston. Waukee Northwest continuing to lead. Ankeny running second. Dowling and Johnston in a battle here for third with 200 to go. Waukee Northwest off the turn. 4:39.14, the time to beat. Waukee Northwest. There's a great battle for second. Johnston moving into second, and it's Dowling and Ankeny. But Waukee Northwest will be your Jim Duncan Invitational champion in the girls 1600 medley, 4:23.67. And next up will be the boys distance medley. We'll be running 3 sections for the boys. Same legs on the relay, 200, 200, 400, and 800. And the distance medley is a Drake Relays event for the boys. And the Drake Relays Blue Standard is 337 flat. State leading mark coming into the weekend, 331.09. This first section, Des Moines Lincoln in 4, Fort Dodge in 5, and Des Moines East in lane 6. And Des Moines Lincoln, Fort Dodge and Des Moines East, the first of two 200-meter legs here on the medley. Fort Dodge with Callahan in lane 5. They'll run Casper Bauer on the second leg. Fort Dodge first to make the exchange. Des Moines East running Taylor on this leg, and Lincoln with Holmes. It is East, Fort Dodge, and Lincoln. We're going to go to the 400 leg. And Des Moines East with the exchange. They're running Dory and Hilson on the quarter. Fort Dodge with Meyer and Probasco running for Lincoln. Fort Dodge. They'll be the first to the rail on the backstretch, running Landon Meyer. East with Hilson. Probasco running for Lincoln. It is Lincoln and Fort Dodge. And Lincoln, they'll run Jordan Leak on the 800. Fort Dodge with Adams. Abraham Johnson will anchor for Des Moines East. This is the first of 3 sections in the boys' 1,600-meter medley. And the leaders go past the scoreboard. Lincoln, Fort Dodge, and East. Fort Dodge to the lead. Ty Adams on their anchor leg. All 3 teams on the backstretch. East has moved into second. Fort Dodge is the leader. Des Moines Lincoln running third. Fort Dodge. Once again, the first of 3 sections in the boys' 1600 medley. And Fort Dodge will be the winner. 4:13:06, the time for Fort Dodge. In Section 2, Des Moines North is scheduled to be in 2, Roosevelt in 3, Ottumwa in 4, Valley in 5, Mason City in 6, Hoover in 7, Marshalltown in 8. North, Roosevelt, Ottumwa, Valley, Mason City, Hoover, and Marshalltown. We're getting ready to go to the 400 leg. Mason City. Mason City will run Tyler on the 400. That's Valley in 5 with Craycraft. Mason City and Valley. Roosevelt in 3 with Malloy. Ottumwa running Golick on the 400. Mason City out in front. First section went in 4:13:06. And we go to the anchor leg. Mason City with Fingleson. Valley with the exchange. They'll run Will Johnson. Hoover with a Dubé. Mason City out in front. Valley running second. Mason City, followed by Valley and Roosevelt. Des Moines Hoover and Ottumwa, Marshalltown and North. .200 meters to go. Mason City out in front. And Mason City with James Fingleson on their anchor leg. They'll be the winner in section number 2. 3:40.17. The winning time there for Mason City. 2:01.4 on that anchor for Fingleson. Let's move now to Section 3. Ankeny in 1. Southeast Polk, a qualifier from a year ago, will be in 2. Ankeny Centennial, 7th last year in 3. Urbandale was 5th a year ago, and they'll be in 4. 5 is vacant. Northwest in 6. State qualifiers, Johnston in 7 and Waukee in 8. And a clean start. Southeast Polk in 2, opening up with Abu Sama, the state's all-time best in the long jump. He went 24:10 last week. Southeast Polk in 2. Johnston in lane 7. Centennial in 3. Urbandale in 4. Southeast Polk. They're running Titus Christensen on this leg. That's Johnson in 7 with Fox. Southeast Polk and Centennial. Johnston. Titus Christensen giving Southeast Polk a good carry. They're first to the exchange, and we go to the 400. Johnston will have Anglo on their 400. Southeast Polk with McNeely. Ankeny Centennial with Hirschberger. That's Johnston out in front with freshman Joshua Anglo. It is Johnston. Johnston with Anglo. Ankeny Centennial with Hirschberger. Southeast Polk with McNeely. Johnston has Lane on the anchor leg. Southeast Polk, they're number 2 out of the zone, and they'll have Johnson on their 800. Centennial with Peters. Johnston out in front. Carson Lane on the anchor. Ankeny Centennial and Southeast Polk in a good battle for that second spot. Then it's Ankeny and Waukee. And Johnston. Carson Lane, state qualifier in the 800 a year ago. Southeast Polk and Centennial. And Johnston here in the final section. And Johnston 3:36.79 for Johnston. Drake Relays Blue Standard 3:37 flat, 3:36.79 for Johnston, and 2 flat on that anchor carry for Carson Lane. And this is the first of 4 sections in the girls 400. Rudin of Urbandale. Van Silolam of Lincoln. Martinez Loaf of Urbandale. Field of 3 here in the first of 4 sections of the girls 400. Crystal Rudin of Urbandale. Rudin and her teammate, Julia Martinez-Loaf. Crystal Rudin of Urbandale in this first section out of lane 5. 106.34 for Rudin. Section 2, calling for Harwell of Hoover in 1, Anderson of Johnston in 2, Crespo Lara of Des Moines Lincoln in 3, Firkey of Fort Dodge in 4, Brady of Ankeny Centennial in 5, Olivia Williams of Marshalltown in 6. In 7, it's Knoop of Des Moines East. And in lane 8, Varankun of Ankeny Centennial. And this is section 2 of 4. Harwell, Anderson, Sanchez, Crespo Lara, Brady, and Varankun. Grace Anderson of Johnston. Anderson. Varankun of Ankeny Centennial. Brady in 5. But it was Anderson, Grace E. Anderson of Johnston, 106.92. So Rudin's 106.34, still our leader. And this is section number 3 of 4, 106.34, our fastest time so far. Porter and Mills, Anliker, Rasmussen, Ream, Motter, Davis, and Burry. Motter of Waukee Northwest in lane 6. Ream of Valley in 5. Davis of Northwest in 7. But Maria Motter, Waukee Northwest in lane 6. Ella Anliker of Dowling in 3. Motter, Anliker, Davis. Out of lane 3, Ella Anliker, the sophomore from Dowling. Ella Anliker. There's your new leader, 103.44. Let's go to the fourth and final section. Lizzie Sorensen of Waukee in 1, Madeline Stevenson of Dowling in 2. State qualifier a year ago as a freshman, Felicity Sievers of Southeast Polk in 3. Her sophomore teammate, Libby Hartz, who ran on the winning 4x8 for Southeast Polk a year ago, is in 4. Morgan Johnson of Ankeny in 5. 6 is vacant. Green of Roosevelt in 7. Carter of Waukee in 8. Fourth and final section. 103.44 by Anliker is the time to beat. Sievers in 3, Hartz in 4, both state qualifiers in this event last year. Johnson of Ankeny, out well in 5. She'll be our leader through 200. Morgan Johnson of Ankeny. Libby Hartz of Southeast Polk. Hartz, gold medalist last year at Southeast Polk's 4x8. She's in 4. Johnson of Ankeny in 5. A couple outstanding sophomores battling it out here in the 400. And in lane 5, Morgan Johnson of Ankeny. And she's your Jim Duncan Invitational champion for 2022, 102.70. Move now to the boys 400. And we got a recall here in the first section. We have Wandra, Morosco, Louders, Hunt, and Peterson. Wander of Roosevelt on the inside, Morosco of Lincoln in 3, Louders of Southeast Polk in 5, Hunt of Marshalltown in 6, Peterson of Waukee Northwest in 7. Peterson in 7. Wandra of Roosevelt in lane 1. Charlie Peterson, a senior from Waukee Northwest. Carter Hunt of Marshalltown. Peterson and Wandra. Charlie Peterson. 54.77 for Peterson. And we'll move now to section 2. We'll go to the 4x2s following these 4 sections of the boys 400. And this is section 2. Auchenfels of Ottumwa, Bell of Marshalltown, Proctor of Ottumwa, Black of Urbandale, Lancadis of Ames, Rogers of Southeast Polk. And in this second section, Caden Black of Urbandale, Lancadis of Ames, Black of Urbandale, Lancadis of Ames here on the front stretch. Great close in lane 6 by Zachary Lancadis of Ames. 55.08 for Lancadis. Now we'll move to section 3. And as you have noticed, we are behind the printed schedule here for the morning session at the Jim Duncan Invitational, but we will still start the afternoon session at 1 o'clock. The afternoon session will not start late. It will start at 1 o'clock. Section 3, Worland of Fort Dodge, Millsap of Mason City, Luth of Ames, Olson of Valley, Hinkey of Waukee, Grandin of Johnston. Worland of Fort Dodge on the inside. Hinkey of Waukee in lane 5. That's Grandin of Johnston on the outside. Grandin and Hinkey. Grandin and Hinkey. Luth of Ames. Dylan Grandin of Johnston. And Grandin 54-30. There's your new leader, 54-30. And we'll move now to the fourth and final section of the boys 400. Hirschberger of Centennial in 1, Blakesley of Centennial in 2. It appears 3 is vacant. Corselman of Valley in 4. In lane 5, third in the 4A 400 a year ago. This is Ankeny's senior Tyrese Miller. 6 is vacant. Nick Bechtel of Johnston in 7. Jake Bosch of Ankeny in 8. And we have a recall. Miller in lane 5, number 10 in the state. Coming into the weekend, he's run 50.60. Fourth and final section. In the 400, Miller in 5. Bechtel of Johnston in lane 7. Corselman of Valley in lane 4. And Miller with a slight lead at 200 to his inside. That's Lucas Corselman of Valley. Miller. And Corselman off the turn. 54.30, our fastest time so far. Miller has run 50.6 this year. 49.50 is the Drake Relays Blue Standard. He's going to take a shot at it. Outstanding effort there by Tyrese Miller. 49.58 for Miller. 49.58. That 49.58, that's the second fastest time in the state this year, trailing only Quai Hussey of Spirit Lake. So an outstanding effort by Miller, second fastest 400 in the state this year. We're going to go to the 4x200s. We're going to run 3 sections for the girls and 3 sections for the boys. In our first section, Des Moines Lincoln in 4, Des Moines North in 5, and Des Moines Hoover in lane 6. Lincoln, North, and Hoover. Demusafu on the lead leg for Lincoln, Bundy Jewett for North, and Smith leading off for Hoover. And it'll be Hoover making the first pass. Running wall on the second 200. Scheduled to be anchoring their ace, Jessica Kine. Hoover out here in lane 6. And we go to the second exchange in the third leg, and Hoover with the pass. And North. And Des Moines Hoover in lane 6 leading this field, running Karnga. On the third leg, Kine will anchor. And Hoover. Kine has the stick. She won the 100 earlier today. Jessica Kine and Des Moines Hoover. It is Hoover with Kine, then followed by North and Lincoln. Jessica Kine, the sophomore from Des Moines Hoover. And Hoover, 149.08. 149.08 for Hoover. And we'll move now to section number 2. Marshalltown scheduled to be in 2, Roosevelt in 3, Ankeny in 4, Valley in 5, Urbandale in 6, Des Moines East in 7, and Fort Dodge in lane 8. 149.08 by Hoover is the immediate time to beat. Section number 2. As you can tell, we use a very long stagger on these 4x200s. Urbandale is out well in 6 with Lekes. Valley with Buchholz. Urbandale and Valley. Fort Dodge on the outside. They led off with Daniel, the running Wills on the second leg. Valley with freshman Bella Mavinga. It's Valley, Fort Dodge, and Urbandale. And we're set to go to the third leg. Valley first to make the exchange. Urbandale. Fort Dodge. Ankeny. Valley running Remsburg on the third leg. They'll be anchoring freshman Taylor Burns. Ankeny with Palmer. They'll anchor Strand. And Valley with Taylor Burns. Ankeny in second. That's Urbandale running third. Valley out in front. 1:49.08 the time by Hoover in the first section. It's Valley and Ankeny and Urbandale. Valley, Urbandale, Ankeny, Roosevelt, and Valley 1:51.52. So that time by Hoover stands up as the time to beat as we go to the third and final section. State qualifier Johnston in 1. Ankeny Centennial, 5th a year ago, is in 2. Dowling Catholic was 4th at last year's state meet. They are in 3. The reigning 4A champion Waukee is in 4. Ames, last year's runner-up and this year's state leader at 1:44.03, runs in 5. 6 is vacant. Southeast Polk, 7th a year ago at state, is in 7. Mason City in 8. Final section, 4x2 for the girls, 1:49.08 the time to beat. Drake Relays Blue Standard, 1:47 flat. Waukee and Ames have each achieved that. Ames has run 1:44.03. Waukee with the best this year of 1:45.79. Third and final section, 1:49.08 the time to beat. Southeast Polk getting out well in 7 with Newton. Ames in 5 with Erfurth. Japoski leading off for Waukee. Southeast Polk first at the exchange. Dowling Catholic led off with Hall, the running Heitzman on this leg. The Southeast Polk in 7 with freshman Avery Warren. Southeast Polk. Ames in 5 with Ireland Bus. Dowling with Heitzman. Southeast Polk and Ames. Dowling in 3rd. Mason City running well with Lee out in lane 8. Southeast Polk with Anna Van Kooten. Alexis Board will anchor. Dowling in 3 with Shay Johnson. And they'll be anchoring with outstanding hurdler Olivia Kramer. Southeast Polk and Ames. Johnston on the inside with Blanchard. Southeast Polk with Board, Cameron Moon. On the anchor leg for Ames at Southeast Polk and Ames, it's Johnston on the inside. Kramer making up ground for Dowling. Southeast Polk, Ames, and Johnston in a battle. 149.08 was the time to beat. Southeast Polk runs 148.65. Ames 148.71. Johnston 148.99. So the top 3 times come out of that final section. Southeast Polk, your Jim Duncan Invitational champion, 148.65. Now we'll go to 3 sections in the boys 4x2. Once again, the afternoon session will begin at 1 o'clock. Lincoln in 4, Hoover in 5, East in 6. It's the first of 3 sections for the boys. Lincoln in 4, Hoover in 5, East in 6. Samuel Curry with a good opener for Hoover. Hoover and East and Lincoln. Des Moines East getting a good carry here from Antonio Reese. Hoover running Taylor on the third leg. They'll anchor Ellis. Des Moines Lincoln with Tujala. They'll be anchoring Parker. East with Bueller, and they'll be anchoring Jacob Rodriguez. And it is Hoover. It's Lincoln and Hoover. Lincoln with Demarius Parker. Lincoln and Hoover and East. 1, 2, and 3 in this first section. 138.03 for Lincoln. And Waukee and Ottumwa. Ottumwa got a good opener from Farrington. They're running Grave on the second leg. It's Ottumwa and Waukee. Waukee running Will Klein. Ottumwa, Waukee, Northwest with Fondle. And Ottumwa running Cooper Derby. Roosevelt with Skylar James. Roosevelt with James. They'll be anchoring Jones. Waukee Northwest running well with Johnson. Spencer Neiman will be their anchor leg. Roosevelt. Waukee Northwest and Ottumwa. And Des Moines Roosevelt. Waukee Northwest. Ottumwa with Austin Fountain. He medaled in 2 relays at last year's state meet. But it's Roosevelt. There's your new leader, 131.52. And let's go to the third and final section. Urbandale will run in 1, Mason City in 2. The reigning 4A champion, Valley, will be in 3. Johnston, they were 8th a year ago, they're in 4. Southeast Polk will be in 5. Ankeny Centennial, last year's state runner-up, in 6. 7 is vacant, and in lane 8, it's Ankeny. Ankeny was 7th at state a year ago. Urbandale, Mason City, Valley, Johnston, Southeast Polk, Ankeny Centennial, and Ankeny. And the third and final section, 131.52 by Roosevelt, is the time to beat. Centennial in 6, Southeast Polk running in 5. That's Ankeny on the outside with Kadolf rather. They were 8th at last year's state meet. Ankeny first at the exchange. It is Ankeny. Valley in 3, opened up with Gabor. They're running Hutch on the second leg. Southeast Polk with Gay. Centennial with Welsh. Johnston with Wilson. Valley first at the exchange. They're running Ben Nugent on this leg. Hennis running for Johnston. That's Ankeny on the outside with Michael Rose. Mason City with Ethan Roberts. Winter will anchor. Ankeny with Rose. They'll be anchoring freshman Tyler Sickerson. Johnston with Drew McGregor. Mason City with Winter. That's Ankeny. Ankeny and Mason City. Valley and Johnston. Valley with Jaleel Dorn. It's Ankeny on the outside. And Ankeny, 133-28. So Des Moines Roosevelt is your Jim Duncan Invitational champions, 131-52.
Obsessively, relentlessly at your service. To me, it means being there 24/7, rain or shine, during storms, after storms.
Being a first responder to the community, to my customers.
Being there to get the customers back on and to see the smiles on their face.
To provide the kind of reliability that we can hold our heads high about.
And we want to keep our customers safe. Safety's first around here.
And that's rewarding.
What's better than having fast, reliable internet and Wi-Fi? How about having internet that's even faster than you pay for? According to the FCC, Mediacom download speeds are an average of 122% faster than advertised. 122%. So you get all the speed you need and then some. Plus 99.99% network reliability and Wi-Fi that connects and protects your whole home. Not all internet is created equal. Mediacom gives you more.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Does anyone really remember who comes in second? No, they don't. That's why you've got to put it all out there and be relentless. Because to be the best, you have to elevate your game. Hy-Vee took breakfast to a whole new level with new items made fresh to order. So when it comes to the best breakfast around, they know fresh.
And here's a simple takeaway. If you think you can find any better, then you don't know Hy-Vee and you don't know Jack.
Join the Missouri Valley Conference in Des Moines, Iowa for the 2022 Outdoor Track and Field Championship. Watch as the Valley's top athletes look to secure their spot in the postseason. Catch all the action May 13th through 15th at Drake Stadium, presented by Extreme, powered by Mediacom. For tickets and more information, call 515-271-3647 or visit GoDrakeBulldogs.com. Since 1907, the Valley runs deep.
The world changed in an instant, but at Mediacom, we were ready. And as internet traffic increased, we never slowed down. Schools and businesses went virtual, and we powered a new reality. For more than 20 years, we've been building a future-ready network to keep you ahead of it all. And now, Mediacom will be among the first to take you to 10G. We're making the next giant leap forward in internet technology and taking you further than you can imagine.
At Mid-American Energy, it's our job to keep you safe. So before you dig, plant, or build, call 811 at least 2 business days ahead of time to locate utility lines. Keep your project drama-free. Call before you dig.
obsessively, relentlessly at your service. To me, it means being there 24/7, rain or shine, during storms, after storms.
Being a first responder to the community, to my customers.
Being there to get the customers back on and to see the smiles on their face.
To provide the kind of reliability that we can hold our heads high about.
And we want to keep our customers safe. Safety's first around here.
And that's rewarding.
The world changed in an instant, but at Mediacom, we were ready. And as internet traffic increased, we never slowed down. Schools and businesses went virtual, and we powered a new reality. For more than 20 years, we've been building a future-ready network to keep you ahead of it all. And now, Mediacom will be among the first to take you to 10G. We're making the next giant leap forward in internet technology and taking you further than you can imagine.
In the first of four sections in the girls' 100 hurdles, scheduled to have Ella Jumper of Ankeny Centennial in 2, Claire Galvin of Ames in 3, Jatu Diko of Des Moines East in 4, Ava Kusaro of Marshalltown in 5, Brianna Heitshoe of Des Moines Lincoln in lane 6. And a clean start, Jumper, Galvin, Diko, and Heitshoe. Ella Jumper of Ankeny Centennial. Jumper of Centennial, Galvin of Ames. Ella Jumper out of lane 2 in his first section. 17:48 was the time for Jumper. In section 2, scheduled to have Tabakovic of Urbandale in 1, Ruddy of Johnston in 2, Jumper of Ankeny Centennial in 3, Skune of Valley in 4, Gok of Waukee in 5, Ding of Des Moines Roosevelt in 6, Hammond of Ankeny in 7, and Arbuckle of Johnston in lane 8. And a clean start here in section 2. Arbuckle of Johnston in lane 8. Arbuckle. Ding of Des Moines Roosevelt in 6. Arbuckle. Now Ding to the lead. Niamel Ding of Des Moines Roosevelt out of lane 6. 17-14. There's your new leader, Niamel Ding of Roosevelt, 17-14. Let's move now to section 3. Madeline Polk of Ankeny in 1. Bailey Williamson of Southeast Polk in 2. Faith Millsap of Waukee Northwest in 3. Laney Drown of Urbandale in 4. In 6, Crystal Castellano of Dowling. Nicole Sabatino of Waukee in 7. And 8, Sarah Huffman of Marshalltown. (17-14), our fastest time so far. Sabatino of Waukee out well in 7. Sabatino. Williamson in 2. Millsap in 3. And Bailey Williamson of Southeast Polk at 16:89. Faith Millsap of Northwest 16:90. So 16:89 now is our leading time. To the 4th and final section. Addison Powell, a qualifier to last year's state meet for Southeast Polk in 1. Emma Havegurst, a freshman at Valley, is in 2. In lane 3, it's Cameron Weirs, senior from Waukee Northwest. Allie Franzen, a state qualifier last year for Ames, in 4. Isaba Okwaramoy of Dowling Catholic, 3rd in the 100 hurdle final at last year's state meet. Anchored the shuttle hurdle relay to a win, and she's in 5. Ariana Johnson of Des Moines Roosevelt in 6. Alexis Brown of Des Moines East in 7. Rosa Monarch, state qualifier last year for Mason City, in 8. 4th and final section. 16:89 the time to beat. 15:40 is the Drake Relays Blue Standard. And a clean start here in Section 4. Okwaramoy is out well. She's run 15:04 this year. Okwaramoy. Alexis Brown of East. Franzen of Ames. Okwaramoy in lane 5. 14:74 for Okwaramoy. 14:74. That puts her number 2 in the state, trailing only the reigning Drake and state champion, Mackenzie Carney of Waukee Northwest. Isaba Okwaramoy of Dowling Catholic, 14:74 for the win. Now we'll change hurdle height and location and move to 4 sections of the men's high hurdles.
Anyone really remember who comes in second? No, they don't. That's why you've got to put it all out there and be relentless. Because to be the best, you have to elevate your game. Hy-Vee took breakfast to a whole new level with new items made fresh to order. So when it comes to the best breakfast around, they know fresh.
And here's a simple takeaway. If you think you can find any better, then you don't know Hy-Vee and you don't know Jack.
Join the Missouri Valley Conference in Des Moines, Iowa for the 2022 Outdoor Track and Field Championship. Watch as the Valley's top athletes look to secure their spot in the postseason. Catch all the action May 13th through 15th at Drake Stadium, presented by Extreme, powered by Mediacom. For tickets and more information, call 515-271-3647 or visit GoDrakeBulldogs.com. Since 1907, the Valley runs deep.
And in this first of 4 sections, Reese Larkins of Hoover will be in 2, Alex Rourke of Hoover in 3, Tiger Fong of Des Moines Lincoln in 4, Ethan Birding of Mason City in 5, Jackson Manier of Des Moines Roosevelt scheduled to be in 6. And this is section number 1 for the boys. Manier of Des Moines Roosevelt, Birding of Mason City, Jackson Manier of Des Moines Roosevelt. 1695 for Manier. And we'll move now to section number 2. Ryan Joseph of Waukee in 1, Keegan Gorsuch of Marshalltown in 2, Jacob Carlson of Ottumwa in 3, Ian Martins of Waukee in 4, Demetrius Hilson of Des Moines East in 5, Gatlil Jor of Marshalltown in 6, Jamal Taylor of Des Moines East in 7, Alex Bacom of Des Moines Lincoln in lane 8. Section 2, boys high hurdles. And a clean start here in section 2, 16:95, the winning time in the first section. Martins of Waukee in lane 4. Mediacom of Des Moines Lincoln in 8. Ian Martins of Waukee, 16:61 for your new leader, 16:61. In the third section, London Stone of Dowling in 1, Colson O'Donnell of Urbandale in 2, Hayden Huntley of Waukee Northwest in 3, Jackson Temple of Northwest in 4, Ethan Holter of Johnston in 5, Seneca Moultrie of Southeast Polk in 7, Tavian Williams of Johnston in lane 8. Section 3, boys high hurdles. Section number 3 of 4, Moultrie of Southeast Polk, Huntley of Waukee Northwest, Huntley, Holter of Johnston in 5. Ethan Holter, O'Donnell closed well in 2, and it was Holter, 16:24, so there's your new leader. Ethan Holter of Johnston at 16:24. In section 4, in lane 1, Southeast Polk sophomore Jack Falloon. In lane 2, Fort Dodge junior Connor Carver. In lane 3, a state qualifier from a year ago, Mason City's Cale Hobart. In lane 5, he was a state qualifier last year as well, Ankeny junior Carter Acola. Colin Clark of Dowling in 6, Easton Miller of Centennial in 7, Tyler Bruns of Centennial in lane 8. And a clean start here in the fourth and final section. 16:24 is the time to beat. Carter Acola of Ankeny. Acola of Ankeny. Hobart of Mason City. And 14:91 for Acola. 14:91, just shy of the Drake Relays Blue Standard of 14:90. 14:91 for Carter Acola. And on times coming in to the weekend at 14:91. Places him inside the top 8. So Carter Acola had a best of 15:11 coming in, 14:91 here in section 4.
obsessively, relentlessly at your service. To me, it means being there 24/7, rain or shine, during storms, after storms.
Being a first responder to the community, to my customers.
Being there to get the customers back on and to see the smiles on their face.
To provide the kind of reliability that we can hold our heads high about.
And we want to keep our customers safe. Safety's first around here.
And that's rewarding.
What's better than having fast, reliable internet and Wi-Fi? How about having internet that's even faster than you pay for? According to the FCC, Mediacom download speeds are an average of 122% faster than advertised. 122%. So you get all the speed you need and then some. Plus 99.99% network reliability and Wi-Fi that connects and protects your whole home. Not all internet is created equal. Mediacom gives you more.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
First of 3 sections here in the girls 800. Dubé of Hoover, Cack of Hoover, Scott of Roosevelt, Ransom of Waukee, Moyer of Ankeny, Chan of Ames, Seeley of Urbandale, Schissel of Mason City, Caldwell of Des Moines East, and Heiser of Des Moines Lincoln. The girls' shot put today, Kendra Winfrey of Ankeny was our winner, throwing 39, 10, and 3/4. And here's your field, and as we come to the end of the first 400, Akon Cack, a freshman from Des Moines Hoover, is our leader with a lap to go. And here's your battle up front. Nadio Chan of Ames. Seeley of Urbandale. Nora Seeley of Urbandale and Chan of Ames. Seeley at 2:30.03, so that's our time to beat for Section 2, 2:30.03. Let's move to Section 2. In this second section, we have Alex Mackey of Urbandale, Lauren Reimer of Ankeny Centennial, Taylor Barber of Southeast Polk, Micah Blevins of Marshalltown, Chrissy Spear of Johnston, Karen Roush of Waukee Northwest, Rachel Smith of Marshalltown, Julia Flick of Centennial, Jade Anderson of Lincoln, Roosevelt. Elena Gentry rounds out the field. We need a trainer to the backstretch, please. A trainer to the backstretch. Taylor Barber, a freshman from Southeast Polk. Here's our leader here on the opening 400. Rachel Smith of Marshalltown and her teammate Micah Blevins running second and third. They were on Marshalltown's state qualifying 4x8 a year ago. And Barber leads them through the first 400 in 69.3. 2:30.03 was the winning time in the first section. Barber, Blevins, Smith, Spear of Johnston now moving into second. Alex Mackey of Urbandale in that group of four that's trailing our leader, Taylor Barber of Southeast Polk. And your leaders go past the video board. Barber and Spear and Mackey. And it's Smith and Blevins of Marshalltown. Taylor Barber, Southeast Polk freshman, trying to lead this second section from gun to tape. Barber and Spear. Roush of Northwest with a good close. But it is Taylor Barber, Southeast Polk freshman, 2:25.44. There's your new leading time, 2:25.44. Third and final section. Ava Zediker of Dowling. Aaliyah Tempest of Johnston. Sydney Turk of Ames. Cameron Ensley of Valley, the runner-up in the state cross-country meet. The state cross-country champion, Addie Dornkamp of Valley. Ella Anliker of Dowling. Sophia Leffler of Ankeny. Sadie Moss, silver medalist on the 4x8 a year ago. Jenna Francois, gold medalist on the 4x8 last year. Molly Bannister, silver medalist on a 4x8 for Waukee last year as well. Bannister was also 5th in the Open 8. This is the third and final section, 2:25:44, our time to beat. And Dornkamp and Ensley taking it out early. Owen Leffler of Ankeny. Anliker of Dowling. Third section here in the 800. The Drake Relays Blue Standard is 2:18:50. We have just one female athlete that's been under that this year, Ainsley Erzin of Carlisle. Addison Dornkamp, the cross-country champion in 4A. For Valley is the leader. Tempest of Johnston running second. Anliker of Dowling in third. 68 flat at 400. Dornkamp, Tempest, Anliker. Zediker of Dowling is moving up. Tempest and Dornkamp, stride for stride with 200 to go. Dornkamp holding on to that spot on the rail. Tempest on her shoulder. And the race is on off the turn. Addie Dornkamp, the sophomore from Valley. Aaliyah Tempest, the senior from Johnston. Dornkamp and Tempest. Zediker running third. Addie Dornkamp wins that section, and she's going to be your Jim Duncan Invitational champion at 2:20:73. And we'll run three sections of the boys' 800. Rachi of Ankeny, Gilbertson of Marshalltown, Parks of Waukee Northwest, Stormer of Lincoln, Monashawimi of Hoover, Loiter of East, Bonner of Roosevelt, Bergman of Valley. Section 1 of 3, boys 800. And this first section for the boys is underway. David Parks of Waukee Northwest takes the field past the scoreboard. Parks of Waukee Northwest, Jackson Bergman of Valley. Here's your leader on the front stretch, David Parks of Waukee Northwest. And it's Bergstrom of Valley, Rachi of Ankeny, Stormer of Lincoln. 400 to go, 59-4 on the opening quarter. Parks building on that lead on the backstretch. Bergstrom running second, Rachi in third. David Parks, a senior from Waukee Northwest. Parks. Rachi of Ankeny. And Parks will be the winner in that first section. 2:04.55 for Parks. And we'll move now to section number 2. Naw of Des Moines North, Parkey of Hoover, Tulaza of Ottumwa, Bain of Southeast Polk, Hassan of Centennial, McNeely of Southeast Polk, Morales of Ottumwa, Roberts of Fort Dodge, Van Dies of Waukee, and May of Des Moines East. Section 2. .204.55 by Parks. The initial time to beat. Hassan of Ankeny Centennial. This field moves down the backstretch. Van Dies of Waukee. Hassan and Van Dies. Amin Hassan, a freshman at Ankeny Centennial. Jonas Van Dies, a freshman at Waukee. Aiden McNeely from Southeast Polk running third. Bain of Southeast Polk in fourth. 59-54 at the opening 400. Hassan and Van Dies on the backstretch, and Van Dies of Waukee has taken the lead. And Van Dies of Waukee here in section number 2. He's going to win this second section in 2:06.46, but David Parks out of the first section continues to lead at 2:04.55. In the boys' discus throw today, Corey Phillips of Ames was the winner, 169.5. Lucas Morrison of Waukee, the runner-up at 165 feet even. Move to the third and final section. Fraser of Fort Dodge, Johnson of Valley, DeRocher of Dowling, Leto of Dowling, Leggett of Urbandale. A qualifier a year ago to the state meet, Carson Lane of Johnston is in the field. Peters of Centennial, Luncatus of Ames, Donahoe of Urbandale, and Johnson of Ames. Field of 10, third and final section. 2:04.55 is the time to beat. .204.55 is the time to beat. Sam Leto of Dowling jumps out to the early lead. Now Karsten Peters of Ankeny Centennial has moved up front. Peters and Leto. Peters and Leto. Carson Lane of Johnston now moving into second. DeRocher of Dowling in the top four. Keaton Fraser of Fort Dodge rounds out the top five now as they move to the backstretch. 57.6 at 400. Peters and Lane, DeRocher, Leto, Frazier, Leggett, Donahoe, Johnson, and Luncatus. Max DeRocher, the sophomore from Dowling. And DeRocher. Carson Lane. And DeRocher of Dowling in that third section, and he's going to be your Jim Duncan Invitational champion at 158.76. His teammate, Sam Leto, the runner-up at 159.63. Lane also dips under 2 minutes at 159.65. Now we'll move to the 200. We'll run 4 sections for the girls and 4 for the boys. First section calls for Hinsey of Southeast Polk, Almaguer Buster of Southeast Polk, Hughes of Centennial, Palmer of Fort Dodge, Nepper of Urbandale, Williams of Valley, Smith of Hoover, Jennison of Centennial. Kinsey in 1, Almagauer Buster in 2, Hughes in 3, 4 is vacant, Nepper in 5, Williams in 6, Smith in 7, Jennison in 8. First of 4 sections, girls 200. First of 4 sections. Nepper of Urbandale in lane 5. That's Takira Smith of Hoover in 7. Smith of Hoover. Takira Smith, a sophomore from Des Moines Hoover. Nepper of Urbandale. Hughes of Centennial, but out of lane 7, Takira Smith of Des Moines Hoover. 27-19. Now to section number 2. Lauren Bibbs of Urbandale in 1, Kim Karnga of Hoover in 2. Elena Deerdorf of Ames in 4. Dejamima Mulanda of North in 5. Taylor Burns of Valley in 6. Taya Hillhouse of Mason City in 7. Larissa Miller of Ankeny in lane 8. Section number 2. 27-19, the winning time out of the first section. Karnga of Hoover getting out well in 2. That's Bibbs of Urbandale to her inside. Kim Karnga, Des Moines Hoover. Karnga and Bibbs. Miller of Ankeny on the outside. Burns of Valley in 6. Out of lane 1, Lauren Bibbs of Urbandale. 27.66, so Smith continues to lead at 27.19. In section 3, Jones of Mason City in 1, Gallegos of Marshalltown in 2, Doe of Des Moines East in 3, Hodges of Johnston in 4, Thomas of Waukee in 5, Sternad of Ankeny in 6, C of Marshalltown in 7, Godfredson of Johnston in lane 8. Clean start here in section 3. Thomas of Waukee getting out well in lane 5. Thomas of Waukee and the field at this point. Godfredson of Johnston on the outside. Rhodesia Thomas of Waukee out of lane 5 in section 3. 27.41. And Smith with that 27.19 out of the first section's a time to beat as we go to the fourth and final section. Scheduled to have Ella McGee of Waukee in 1. Liana Soaniki of Waukee Northwest in 2. Arena Timbo of East in 3. Emily Heitzman of Dowling in 4. In lane 5, she ran on the winning 4x4 for the Little Cyclones a year ago and medaled in 3 other relays. This is Ames Jr. Cameron Moon. In lane 6 from Des Moines Roosevelt, Kayla Madison. In 7, it's Shay Johnson of Dowling. And Aubrey Lalone, a freshman from Waukee Northwest, in lane 8. 27.19 is the time to beat. Fourth and final section. Girls 200. Fourth and final section, 27.19, the time to beat. Cameron Moon of Ames in lane 5. She medaled in 4 relays last year, including gold on the 4x4. That is Cameron Moon. Madison of Roosevelt. Moon and Madison. Heitzman of Dowling. Cameron Moon. There's your winner, 26-21. Cameron Moon of Ames. Madison, the runner-up, 26.96. Let's move now to the boys 200, running 4 sections here as well. Scheduled for Section 1. Kapan in 1, Gopal in 2, Bechtel in 3, Fredericks in 4, Tujala in 5, Taylor in 6, Secchi in 7, Jondal in 8. That's your scheduled field for the first section of the boys 200. Section 1 of 4. Graham Fredrickson of Urbandale in lane 4. Jondal of Fort Dodge on the outside. Graham Fredrickson of Urbandale. Fredrickson of Urbandale. $22.45 for Fredrickson. Section 2, Clemsrud, Taylor, Fingelson, Christensen, and Smith. Luke Christensen of Valley. Christensen of Valley. Clemsrud on the inside from Waukee. Taylor of Hoover in 4. In lane 6, Luke Christensen of Valley. $23.49 for Christensen. Let's go to Section 3. And this is section number 3. Kalai of Des Moines North in 5, but on the outside, that's Fox of Johnston. On the inside, Les Meyer of Fort Dodge out of lane 8. Kaya Fox of Johnston, 22:52. Fredrickson still leads with that 22:45 with one section remaining. In lane 1, it'll be Max Snyder of Ankeny Centennial, Jack Belding of Ankeny in 2, Caden Hills, Southeast Polk in 3, Spencer Neiman of Waukee Northwest in 4, the reigning 4A champion from Dowling, Mikey McLean in 5, Logan Elston, gold medalist on the 4x2 last year for Valley in 6, Thomas Bunce of Ankeny Centennial in 7, and Will Rinkwelski of Dowling will be in 8. Fourth and final section, 22:45, the time to beat. Our state leading time coming into the day, 22:14. And this is the fourth and final section. And McLean is out well in lane 5. McLean and Elston. Belding of Ankeny in 2. Mikey McLean. He's the reigning 4A champion. McLean of Dowling. Belding of Ankeny. And McLean, mentioned earlier, 22:14, the state leader coming into today, and now it's 21:77. Mikey McLean. Dowling Catholic, 21:77. And the excitement continues to build. The Drake Relays will be back here on the Blue Oval in 2 weeks. McLean runs 21:74. That's not a Drake Relays event, but he's priming himself for an outstanding state meet. But I'm not sure where this meet was held today, but Walker Whalen of Indianola just threw 2:02.10 in the discus, number 4 all time in Iowa. 2:02.10 for Whalen of Indianola. So just another event, the discus, that's going to be outstanding at the relays in 2 weeks. I believe we have 5 throwers that have been out over 180 feet already this year. Iowa high school athletes are a hardy bunch, as you all know. All they need is a chance, a little bit of sunshine, and halfway decent weather. And they come to perform each and every time out. We're going to move to the 400 hurdles next. 3 sections for the girls, 4 sections for the boys.
Obsessively, relentlessly at your service. To me, it means being there 24/7. Rain or shine, during storms, after storms.
Being a first responder to the community, to my customers.
Being there to get the customers back on and to see the smiles on their face.
To provide the kind of reliability that we can hold our heads high about.
And we want to keep our customers safe. Safety's first around here.
And that's rewarding.
What's better than having fast, reliable internet and Wi-Fi? How about having internet that's even faster than you pay for? According to the FCC, Mediacom download speeds are an average of 122% faster than advertised. 122%. So you get all the speed you need and then some, plus 99.99% network reliability and Wi-Fi that connects and protects your whole home. Not all internet is created equal. Mediacom gives you more.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Three sections for the girls, Lewerke of Mason City. Then Quatham of Urbandale, Mitchell of Valley, Ojiki of Urbandale, Shaban of Ames, Tobin of Mason City, and Aru of Valley. This is section 1 of 3. Ojiki of Urbandale in lane 5. Ojiki of Urbandale. Lewerke of Mason City. Van Quatham of Urbandale. But the freshman from Urbandale, Ominye Ojiki, our leader through the first 200. Section 1 of 3 here in the girls' 400 hurdles. Amini Ojike of Urbandale. Megan Tobin of Mason City. Ojike and Tobin. Megan Tobin of Mason City with a good finish out of lane 7. And Tobin, 1:15.67. Let's move now to section 2. Ella Smithson of Johnston in 2, Olivia Kroska of Ankeny Centennial in 4, Cameron Weirs of Waukee Northwest in 5, Kylan Smith of Centennial in 6, Jones of Waukee in 7, and a 4A state qualifier from a year ago, Southeast Polk's Carly Bennett in lane 8. Section number 2, 1:15.67, the winning time out of the first section. Kroska, freshman from Ankeny Centennial, out well in 4. Kroska of Centennial. Smith of Centennial. Weirs of Northwest. Olivia Kroska, and Smith. Ankeny Centennial teammates running 1 and 2 here. Both freshmen, Kylan Smith and Olivia Kroska. Cameron Weirs of Waukee Northwest running 3rd, out of lane 6, Kylan Smith of Centennial. There's your new leader at 109.35. Let's move to the 3rd and final section. Ariana Johnson, a state qualifier from Roosevelt a year ago, is in 1. 2 is vacant. Crystal Castellano of Dowling will be in 3. Reese Irvin, a state qualifier for Dowling a year ago, is in 4. Mallory Drake, 6th, the last year's state meet for Waukee, is in 5. Avery Winter of Northwest in 6. Lillian Smith of Ankeny in 7. Gracie Lindemann of Ankeny in 8. 3rd and final section, 109.35, the time to beat. Third and final section for the girls before we move to 4 sections for the boys. Smith and Lindemann of Ankeny on the outside. That's Mallory Drake of Waukee in lane 5, a state meet medalist in this event a year ago. Drake, Smith, and Lindemann very close here at 200. Lindemann, freshman out there in lane 8. Lindemann is our leader. Drake running 2nd, Smith in 3rd. Avery Winter of Waukee Northwest running well now in 6th. Outstanding stretch run here in lane 5. It's Drake and Winter. Avery Winter, the freshman from Waukee Northwest, 107.41, and she's your Jim Duncan Invitational champion. Josie Moreland of Waukee was our girls' high jump champion today, clearing 5 feet 4 inches. Now we're going to the first of 4 sections in the boys' 400 hurdles. Hobart in 1, Clark in 2, King in 4, Marcel McBride in 5, Jor in 6, Fong in 7, Patterson in 8. First of 4 sections. Clark of Dowling Catholic in lane 2. Marcel McBroom of Fort Dodge in 5. Colin Clark of Dowling. Clark. Wyatt Marcel McBroom. And Colin Clark is your leader as he heads into the final turn. Colin Clark. Truman Patterson of Ankeny. Clark and Patterson. Fong of Lincoln. Out of lane 2, Colin Clark of Dowling. 1 flat 46, 1 minute .46 for Clark. Move now to let's move to section 2. Ruiz of Marshalltown in 1, Bueller of Des Moines East in 2, Harrop of Waukee in 4, Willanja of Urbandale in 6, Hopkins of Mason City in 7, Carlson of Ottumwa in 8. Section 2, the first section went in 60.46. Hopkins of Mason City in lane 7. Antoine Hopkins of Mason City in 7. Harrop of Waukee in 4. Hopkins and Harrop. Bueller of Des Moines East, Carlson of Ottumwa. Antoine Hopkins out of lane 7, 103.45. So Clark continues to lead. In section 3, Wise of Ankeny in 1, Frank of Southeast Polk in 2, McAvoy of Valley in 3, Hilson of Des Moines East in 4, Eastman of Waukee Northwest in 5, Chiafos of Northwest in 6, Holter of Johnston in 7. Section 3, 60.46, the time to beat. Hilson of Des Moines East getting out well in lane 4. Demetrius Hilson. Hilson in 4. Eastman in 5. Out there in 6, that's Sheffields of Waukee Northwest. Waukee Northwest now running 1 and 2. Waukee Northwest, Eastman and Chiafos. Andrew Eastman, freshman from Waukee Northwest. Hudson Frank of Southeast Polk. Andrew Eastman. There's your new leader at 59.46. We'll move now to the 4th and final section. Hunter Norris of Roosevelt in 1, Terrence Hill of Johnston in 2, William Bussey. He was 6th in the state meet last year for Dowling is in 4. State meet qualifier from Ottumwa, Austin Fountain in 5. Colin Driscoll, a state qualifier for Waukee in 6. Cole Norris, a state qualifier for Roosevelt in 8. Norris and Hill, Detmer, Bussey, Fountain, Driscoll, Majors, and Norris. 59.46 is the time to beat. Colin Driscoll, state qualifier from a year ago for Waukee, is out early. Fountain, also a qualifier for Ottumwa in 5. Driscoll and Fountain. Bussey of Dowling in 4. He was 6th at last year's state meet. 4 state qualifiers in this final section. Colin Driscoll of Waukee. Fountain of Ottumwa. Bussey of Dowling. Driscoll, Fountain, and Bussey. Colin Driscoll, the junior from Waukee. Bussey of Dowling. The winner in that final section and your overall Jim Duncan winner, Colin Driscoll, 58-20. 58-43 for Bussey, 58-45 for Fountain. 1500 is up next. Running 2 sections for the girls, followed by 2 sections in the 1600 for the boys.
obsessively, relentlessly at your service. To me, it means being there 24/7, rain or shine, during storms, after storms.
Being a first responder to the community, to my customers.
Being there to get the customers back on and to see the smiles on their face.
To provide the kind of reliability that we can hold our heads high about.
And we want to keep our customers safe. Safety's first around here.
And that's rewarding.
The world changed in an instant, but at Mediacom, we were ready. And as internet traffic increased, we never slowed down. Schools and businesses went virtual, and we powered a new reality. For more than 20 years, we've been building a future-ready network to keep you ahead of it all. And now, Mediacom will be among the first to take you to 10G. We're making the next giant leap forward in internet technology and taking you further than you can imagine.
First of two sections in the 1500 is underway. Pegoric of Waukee Northwest, Trigstad of Valley, Swanson of Waukee Northwest, Huss of Dowling, Strawn of Southeast Polk, Hermanson of Marshalltown, Mitchell of Southeast Polk, Almquist of Ames, Carmel of Urbandale, Hotchkiss of Marshalltown, Rojas Sandoval of East, Raisler of Urbandale, Naderman of Lincoln, and Bryant of Des Moines Lincoln. Two sections here in the 1500, followed by two sections in the boys 1600. And out early, this is Naderman of Des Moines Lincoln, Huss of Dowling, Carmel of Urbandale. $55.8 on that opening 300. Huss of Dowling to the lead. Carmel of Urbandale. Catherine Pegoric, the freshman from Waukee Northwest, now moves up to the front as well. .222 with 800 meters to go. It's Pegoric and Huss and Carmel and Strawn and Hermanson. Pegoric and Huss have separated themselves from the rest of the field as they move down the backstretch. Two freshmen leading this first section of the 1500. Catherine Pagoric of Waukee Northwest and Anna Huss of Dowling. Pagoric and Huss. And they're coming to the bell. .349 with a lap to go. Pagoric and Huss, Paige Strawn, another freshman. Strawn of Southeast Polk now has moved into third. Anna Huss of Dowling is your leader now with just over 100 meters to go. Anna Huss of Dowling Catholic. Catherine Pagoric of Waukee Northwest. Paige Strawn of Southeast Polk continues to run third. And it will be Anna Huss of Dowling. Followed by Pagoric and Strawn, Almquist of Ames. 5:11.80, the winning time for Anna Huss. So 5:11.80 is the time to beat with one section remaining. Watch the track, please. We still have competitors finishing this first section. Second section being assembled on the backstretch. An outstanding field with Abby Hahn of Roosevelt, Claire Helmers of Ames, Olivia Verde of Johnston, Adrian Bettner-Cable of Roosevelt, Drew Beeson of Ankeny, Rondi Quass of Centennial, Mulholland of Mason City, Worth of Waukee, Vaughn of Johnston, Jackson of Ankeny, Muller of Dowling, Hodges of Centennial, Baumgart of Waukee, and Cooker of Valley. Section number 2, Olivia Verde of Johnston. Qualifier in this event a year ago. She was fourth at the state cross-country meet. She's out early. Here comes your field in the final section of the 1500. And Claire Helmers, the outstanding freshman from Ames, she was 10th in the state cross-country meet. Olivia Verde of Johnston, she was 4th in the state cross-country meet. Drew Beeson of Ankeny, a freshman who was 11th. Time to beat out of that first section, 5:11.80. Helmers and Verde and Beeson. Abby Hahn of Roosevelt in that top 6. Hahn had a fine leg on their 4x8. She was 9th in the state cross-country meet in the fall. 11th in this event at last year's state meet. The freshman Claire Helmers out in front. Single file are your leaders past the scoreboard. Helmers up front. Abby Hahn running second. Rondi Quas of Centennial. She was 8th in the state cross-country meet, 10th in this event a year ago. Bettner Cable of Roosevelt in that top 5, along with Verde of Johnston. Drew Beeson of Ankeny, 2:15.6 with 800 to go. Abby Hahn, Claire Helmers, Rondi Quas, Adrian Bettner-Kelber, Olivia Verde, Beeson and Mulholland. Lead pack of 6, single file formation as they go past the scoreboard. We've passed the 3-minute mark. Abby Hahn of Des Moines Roosevelt, Claire Helmers of Ames, now Rondi Quas of Centennial, moving into second here on the front stretch. .400 to go, 3:32 with 1 lap remaining. Hahn and Quas and Helmers. Beeson of Ankeny. Abby Hahn of Roosevelt, Rondi Quas of Centennial. Pair of outstanding juniors here in front of this final section of the 1500 with 200 to go. Helmers in 4th. Bettner Cable in that 6th spot. That's Drew Beeson of Ankeny in 3rd. Abby Hahn of Roosevelt. Rondi Quas of Centennial. Beeson and Helmers, Bettner Cable, Verde. The Drake Relays Blue Standard, 4:46 flat. Abby Hahn runs 4:46.05. Puts herself among the top in the state with that clocking, 4:46.05. So Hahn and Quas and Beeson go 1, 2, and 3. Bettner Cable 4th, all 4 under 450. And coaches, want to remind you before you leave the stadium today, stop down to the brick building northeast corner of the track to pick up your awards packets. Coaches, before you leave the stadium today, make sure you stop at the brick building at the northeast corner to pick up your awards packets. We're ready to go to the 1600, first of two sections. In this field, we've got McClinton of Valley, Bennett of Ames, Hensley of Urbandale, Madden of Fort Dodge, Lemback of Valley, Niederkloffer of Des Moines East, Hackenstadt of Mason City, Sirmali of Waukee, Adube of Hoover, Canny of Ottumwa, Loiter of East, Teskey of Fort Dodge, Torres of Lincoln, Squires of Ankeny, and Church of Hoover. Evan McClinton of Valley is your early leader here in the first of two sections. And here are your leaders once again. McClinton of Valley, Hensley of Urbandale. They went 66-6 at the opening quarter. Now coming up on the 800. 2:17.1 with 2 laps to go. Evan McClinton, Tommy Hensley, both sophomores running 1 and 2 here in the first section of the 1600. And it's Madden of Fort Dodge, Bennett of Ames. Now it's Bennett and Squires filling out the top 4. McClinton and Hensley. Squires of Ankeny. Bennett of Ames. Bell lap. 3:29.8 with a lap to go. Evan McClinton and Tommy Hensley. McClinton of Valley, Hensley of Urbandale. Squires of Ankeny in 3rd. Bennett of Ames running 4th. Limback of Valley in that 5th spot. Hensley has taken the lead. Tommy Hensley of Urbandale leading this first section. Tommy Hensley of Urbandale. 4:35.56 for the sophomore. He closed in 65.4. Tommy Hensley of Urbandale. Now coming out on the track, section 2. Scheduled for a field of 16, one of which is Jackson Heidish of Dowling, who ran 9:05.80 for 3,200 meters this morning, the 8th fastest ever by an Iowa high schooler. Carter Eckhoff of Johnston in the field, state qualifier in this event a year ago. Levi Hill of Ankeny, Bootman of Dowling, Owens of Southeast Polk, Plum of Johnston, Schermerhorn of Centennial, Smith of Urbandale, Smith of Marshalltown, Weston of Roosevelt, Tyler Schermerhorn of Centennial, Lehman of Northwest, Coyer of Waukee, Hoppy of Waukee Northwest, Christensen of Mason City, and McFetrich of Roosevelt. And the 1,600 meters is underway. Both Eckhoff and Heidish were state qualifiers a year ago in this event. State leading time, 4:18.52. The Drake Relays Blue Standard, 4:24.50. Up to this point, nobody in this field has received or has achieved the Drake Relays Blue Standard for the 1,600. Matthew Bootman, a sophomore from Dowling, out front early. Levi Hill of Ankeny. Owens of Southeast Polk. Heidish of Dowling. Plum of Johnston. Bootman of Dowling. Hill of Ankeny, and Heidish settling into third. 64.5 for the leader at 400. They move to the backstretch. Bootman, Hill, and Heidish, Plum and Owens, Eckhoff, and Smith, AJ and Tyler Schermerhorn. Your leaders go past the scoreboard. Matthew Bootman, a sophomore from Dowling. Levi Hill, a junior from Ankeny. And it's Jackson Heidish, a junior from Dowling. State champion last year at 3,200. 4A champion in cross country this fall. Ran 9:05.80 for 3,200 today. Bootman and Heidish up front. Going to bring it to 800. Heidish 2:12 flat with 2 laps to go. They went 65.1 and 66.8. Jackson Heidish. 4:18.52 is the state leader. 4:24.50 is the blue standard. Heidish and Bootman. Eckhoff and Hill. Plum and Owens. Heidish passed the scoreboard. He's run 4:28.61 this year. Bootman in that second spot. Carter Eckhoff of Johnston. Here's your leader. Jackson Heidish of Dowling. Eckhoff of Johnston and Heidish out in front. 63.8 on that last lap. He was at 3:15.8 with a lap to go. The state leader, 4:18.52. He took over the state lead in the 3,200, trying to chase down a state lead here in the 1,600. Jackson Heidish of Dowling. Heidish with 200 to go. Eckhoff running second. It's going to be one of the best ever 16 and 32 doubles by an Iowa prep and Jackson Heidish of Dowling. Let's bring him home. Outstanding effort. 9:05.80 for 3,200. 4:18.52, the state leader at 16. That was before Jackson Heidish took the track today. Now it's 4:15.22. Heidish 59.3 to close and finish in 4:15.22. Eckhoff gets the Drake Relays blue standard, running 4:23.74. Bootman, the sophomore from Dowling, 4:26.64 for third. Jackson Heidish, 4:15.22 for the win. We have a watch that was found near the finish line area. It's now over the clerking area in the brick building, northeast corner. So if you have lost your watch, make your way over to the brick building and describe it, correctly describe it, and claim it. First section of the girls 4x1, first of 3 sections, Lincoln in 4, Marshalltown in 5, and North in 6. That's Marshalltown in lane 5, running Huffman on this leg. Marshalltown and North with Brown, Lincoln running Irvin. And Marshalltown running Borsch on the third leg. They're anchoring Kamerer. It's Marshalltown. North with Laresha Bundy Jewett. That's Lincoln with Jade Kennedy. And it's going to be Marshalltown. Section 2 calls for state qualifier Urbandale in 3, qualifier Johnston in 4, Southeast Polk in 5. Valley, 7th a year ago, will be in 6. Fort Dodge qualifier from a year ago in 7. And Des Moines East in lane 8. 55-52 was that time by Marshalltown. And we've got a recall. Urbandale, Johnston, Southeast Polk, Valley, Fort Dodge, and Des Moines East. Southeast Polk opened up with Board. They're running Warren on this leg. Southeast Polk in lane 5. Southeast Polk first at the exchange. Pritchard carrying the stick. Johnston with Long. Southeast Polk and Johnston. Southeast Polk and Johnston, each successful with the pass. Southeast Polk with Newton. Minor on the anchor for Johnston. Southeast Polk out of 5. There's your new leader at 50.83. Now to the third and final section. 7 of these 8 teams in this section were state qualifiers or state place winners from a year ago. Waukee Northwest in lane 5 are the state leaders in their first year as a program. Mason City, a qualifier last year in 1. Ankeny was third a year ago. They're in 2. Centennial, a qualifier in 3. Dowling, they were 6th last year. They'll be in lane 4, and they're leading off with their outstanding hurdler, Abessa Aquaramoy. Northwest, the state leader at 49.21, is in 5. Ames, 4th a year ago, will be in 6. Waukee, last year's runner-up, in 7. Roosevelt, a qualifier from a year ago, in 8. Aquaramoy leading off for Dowling in lane 4. Aquaramoy, that's Ames. They opened up with Bus. They're running Lynch on this leg. And the Little Cyclones were 4th a year ago. They're running well in lane 6. Waukee in 7. Roosevelt in 8. Ames in lane 6 with their all-state hurdler, Ali Franzen. Cameron Moon, state meet gold medalist in the 4x4, anchoring for the Little Cyclones. It is Ames. It is Dowling. Ames and Dowling in Northwest and Roosevelt. Ames out of lane 6. 48.91. For Ames, 48.91. And that is the new state leader. Northwest had run 49.21 coming into today, and Ames 48.91, improving on their state's best of 50.41. Moving out of the boys 4x1. Lincoln in 4. Des Moines East in 6. And Des Moines Lincoln with Jenkins, Des Moines East with Hilson. And Lincoln with the exchange. Lincoln and Des Moines East. And Lincoln. Lincoln and East here in the first of three sections. $47.85 for Lincoln, $53.45 for East. Section 2, Marshalltown in 3, Ottumwa in 4. State qualifier Roosevelt in 5. Fifth at last year's state meet, Fort Dodge in 6. Waukee, a qualifier last year in 7. And Des Moines North, who also was a state qualifier a year ago, runs in lane 8. Des Moines North in 8, Waukee, Fort Dodge, Roosevelt. Roosevelt in 5, running James on this leg. They'll anchor Jones. This is the second of 3 sections, and Des Moines Roosevelt is out in front. Roosevelt and Ottumwa and Marshalltown. Des Moines Roosevelt, Ottumwa, Marshalltown. And Roosevelt is your new leader at 44.52. Now to the third and final section of the boys 4x1. Mason City in 1, Johnston in 2, state qualifier Urbandale in 3, Ankeny a state qualifier in 4, Valley, third at last year's state meet, will run in 5, Centennial was 4th a year ago and they're in 6. Northwest will be in 7, and Dowling. They were 8th last year, they'll run in lane 8. Third and final section, 44.52 is the time to beat. Dowling got a good opener for McLean. It's Dowling on the outside. Dowling, Centennial. Valley in lane 5 with Gabor. It's Valley and Dowling. Centennial. And it is Dowling Catholic in lane 8. It's Dowling. Centennial in 6. Here comes Ankeny with Tyrese Miller. Dowling Catholic 42-79 for Dowling Catholic. Season's best 42-79 for the win here at Jim Duncan. Next up, the 4x4s. 2 sections for the girls, 2 for the boys. As we get ready to go to the girls 4x4 and the boys high jump. The bar is at 5'8". We've had 6 clearances thus far. Justin Rivera of Mason City wins the boys long jump, 20 feet 11 and a quarter. Eddie Fulton of Roosevelt, the runner-up, 20 feet 10 and a quarter. Now 7 clearances at 5'8". First of 2 sections here in the girls 4x4. Fort Dodge and Urbandale, Mason City, Marshalltown, Des Moines Roosevelt, and Des Moines Lincoln. Once again, 2 sections for the girls and 2 for the boys. To wrap up our track events of this 2022 Jim Duncan Invitational. Des Moines Roosevelt opening up with Taylor. Marshalltown with Rasmussen. Urbandale in lane 4, led off with Lekes. They're running Martinez Loaf on this leg. That's Roosevelt with the lead. Des Moines Roosevelt. They go past the scoreboard. Roosevelt, Urbandale, and Marshalltown running 1, 2, and 3 here in section 1. And we'll move now to the 3rd leg. Roosevelt with the exchange. And it is Roosevelt, Urbandale, and Marshalltown. Fort Dodge and Mason City. And Des Moines, Lincoln. We're going to the anchor. Roosevelt with the exchange. Ariana Jackson scheduled to anchor for Roosevelt. Roosevelt out in front, Urbandale running second, Marshalltown in third. Fort Dodge and Lincoln and Mason City. Here's your leader on the front stretch, Des Moines Roosevelt. And Des Moines Roosevelt, 4:06.25. Let's move down to the third and final section. A time for Roosevelt, 4:06.25. That's the time to beat. In lane one, they were sixth at last year's state meet. It's Ankeny Centennial. Valley, a qualifier last year in 2. Waukee, third at last year's state meet in 3. Johnston, fourth a year ago in 4. Waukee Northwest will be in 5. Ankeny, a state qualifier in 6. Southeast Polk in 7. And state qualifier Dowling in lane 8. Second and final section of the girls 4x4, 4:06.25 is the time to beat. And a clean start. Centennial and Valley, Waukee, Johnston, Waukee Northwest in 5, opening up with Mackenzie Carney, the Drake and State hurdle champion from a year ago. That's Ankeny in lane 6 with Johnson. Southeast Polk opening up with Bennett. Dowling on the outside with Anliker. It's Northwest and Ankeny, Southeast Polk and Dowling. Johnston getting a good opener from Peterson. Carney will be taking her talents to Iowa State next year. She's going to make the exchange to state meet veteran Natalie Harris, who will be running at Iowa next fall. Northwest first at the exchange. Southeast Polk. It's Waukee Northwest and Ankeny and Southeast Polk. And Johnston. Harrison Northwest out front. Ankeny running Ava Falk. Southeast Polk with the freshman Taylor Barber. Waukee Northwest. State leading time 4:01:28. The Drake Relays Blue Standard 4:06 flat. Northwest has run 4:04:22 this year. Northwest and Ankeny. Southeast Polk. And Northwest with the exchange. Running Kiana Carnes on this leg. Ankeny with Shadrivan. Southeast Polk in that third spot with Anna Van Kooten. Northwest, the leader, past the video board. Ankeny running second. Southeast Polk in third. And Northwest will be first to the exchange. They're going to run Sadie Moss, state meet medalist on the 4x8. Ankeny with freshman Allie Mackey and Jenna Francois on the anchor leg for Southeast Polk. She was on their gold medal winning 4x8 team. Northwest and Ankeny, Southeast Polk and Johnston. Waukee Northwest with Sadie Moss. Ankeny with Allie Mackey. Southeast Polk with Francois. And it's Johnston with Blanchard. Northwest and Ankeny. Moss and Mackey. Waukee Northwest and Ankeny. Southeast Polk, Johnston. Northwest holding on for the win. New season's best for them at 4:02:22. That 4:02:22 will put them at number 3 overall in the state. 4:02:22 for Waukee Northwest. Ankeny 4:02:82. So they have achieved the Drake Relays Blue Standard as well. Southeast Polk 4:06:04. And that is a huge season's best for Southeast Polk. Out of the boys 4x4. Hoover, Marshalltown, Roosevelt, Ottumwa, Fort Dodge, and Lincoln. Hoover, Marshalltown, Roosevelt, Ottumwa, Fort Dodge, and Lincoln. That's Lincoln out in lane 8, Ottumwa in 6, Roosevelt in 5, Marshalltown in 4, and Hoover in lane 3. And it is Ottumwa. They opened up with Farrington. They're running Mellon on the second leg. Ottumwa and Hoover, Roosevelt, Lincoln, and Marshalltown. And it will be Ottumwa at the exchange. Hoover and Roosevelt, Marshalltown and Lincoln. Third leg on this first section of the 4x4. And Ottumwa with Luke Grave. They'll be anchoring Austin Fountain. Roosevelt moving into second with Vlaley. Vlaley on this leg for Roosevelt. They'll be anchoring Adum. And Ottumwa leads the field. We're going to the anchor leg. And the Bulldogs with the pass. Roosevelt, Marshalltown, Hoover, and Lincoln. Ottumwa on the backstretch with Austin Fountain on their anchor leg. $200 to go. And it is Ottumwa here in the first section. Ottumwa followed by Roosevelt. Marshalltown. Hoover and Lincoln. And the winning time was Ottumwa, 3:36.08. In the boys' shot put, Sam Dietz of Ankeny Centennial, your shot put champion today, 51.8.5. Now to section number 2. This will wrap up our track events for this 2022 Jim Duncan Invitational. 6th at last year's state meet, Waukee is in 1, qualifier Dowling in 2. Last year's third place finisher Valley will be in 3, Johnston in 4. Mason City, a qualifier a year ago and the state leader at 24-22 is in 5, Waukee Northwest in 6. Last year's runner-up Centennial in 7. And Urbandale, 4th a year ago, they'll scheduled to be in 8. Second and final section in the boys 4x4. Waukee, Dowling, Valley, Johnston, Mason City, Northwest, and Centennial. Waukee Northwest in lane 6, scheduled to lead off with Hayter. It is Waukee Northwest. They'll be running Conduit on the second leg. State meet medalist in the 800 a year ago. Northwest and Johnston with Anglo. They'll run Klon on the second leg. It's Northwest and Johnston. Dowling in 2, Valley in 3. Mason City, the state leader in lane 5. Running Fingelson on this leg. Johnston first to the rail. Johnston and Waukee Northwest. Mason City. 3:26 flat is the Drake Relays Blue Standard. Johnston and Northwest, Mason City. Dowling. Valley battling back. And we're moving to the third leg. Johnston with the exchange. Northwest makes the pass. Mason City and Dowling and Valley. Johnston with Weir. Northwest running Johnson. Northwest to the lead. Mason City in third. Winter on this leg for Mason City. Northwest out in front. And your front three coming off the turn together. Northwest with a slight lead. Mason City in second. Johnston in third. And we're going to the anchor leg together. Mason City comes out of the zone with the lead. Mason City with Caden Tyler. Northwest with Klinkenberg. Bechtel on the anchor leg for Johnston. Mason City and Northwest. Mason City has run 3:24.22. Northwest has run 3:28.63. Mason City, Northwest, and Johnston. Mason City. Mason City bringing it off the turn. They came in with the state's fastest time. Mason City. And they're going to improve upon that here today at the Jim Duncan Invitational. 3:23.44 for Mason City. 3:24.40 for Joaquin Northwest. 3:25.80 for Johnston. So all three better. The Drake Relays Blue Standard of 3:26 flat. Mason City improves upon their state lead. 3:24.44. Joaquin Northwest number 2 now at 3:24.40. That wraps up our track events for this 2022 Jim Duncan Invitational. Still have girls long jump and boys high jump underway. Coaches, make sure before you leave the stadium that you pick up your awards packet at the brick building in the northeast corner of the stadium.
Obsessively, relentlessly at your service. To me, it means being there 24/7. Rain or shine, during storms, after storms.
Being a first responder to the community, to my customers.
Being there to get the customers back on and to see the smiles on their face.
To provide the kind of reliability that we can hold our heads high about.
And we want to keep our customers safe. Safety's first around here.
And that's rewarding.
What's better than having fast, reliable internet and Wi-Fi? How about having internet that's even faster than you pay for? According to the FCC, Mediacom download speeds are an average of 122% faster than advertised. 122%. So you get all the speed you need and then some. Plus 99.99% network reliability and Wi-Fi that connects and protects your whole home. Not all internet is created equal. Mediacom gives you more.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Des Moines. The S's are silent. Our city is buzzing. Catch what you've been missing today.
Does anyone really remember who comes in second? No, they don't. That's why you've got to put it all out there and be relentless. Because to be the best, you have to elevate your game. Hy-Vee took breakfast to a whole new level with new items made fresh to order. So when it comes to the best breakfast around, they know fresh.
And here's a simple takeaway. If you think you can find any better, then you don't know Hy-Vee and you don't know Jack.
Join the Missouri Valley Conference in Des Moines, Iowa for the 2022 Outdoor Track and Field Championship. Watch as the Valley's top athletes look to secure their spot in the postseason. Catch all the action May 13th through 15th at Drake Stadium, presented by Extreme, powered by Mediacom. For tickets and more information, call 515-271-3647 or visit GoDrakeBulldogs.com. Since 1907, the Valley runs deep.